At the present time it is still true that every white person is a potential enemy of the Negro. This does not mean, however, that every white person is an actual enemy. Whether he becomes an actual enemy depends to a large extent upon ourselves. There are schisms in the white race which, by encouraging, we can ultimately benefit ourselves. However, there is also the danger of unwise statements and policies on our part acting to solidify anew the white race. Plainly, it is to our interest to encourage the schisms in the white race, while at the same time discouraging any division in our own race except such as absolutely necessary for progress as, for example, the class division which is rapidly taking form among the Negroes of America. We need to repel the advances of white groups, nor need we accept as genuine every protestation of friendship from a white group or individual. It is always possible to apply the acid test of friendship, and that test in the case of the white person professing friendship for the Negro is simply whether that person is willing to see the Negro defend himself with arms against aggression, and willing even to see Negroes killing his own, white, people in defense of Negro rights. Originally published in The Crusader, July 1921, 8-9. Program of the A.B.B. offered for the guidance of the Negro race in the Great Liberation Struggle. A race without a program is like a ship at sea without a rudder. It is absolutely at the mercy of the elements. It is buffeted hither and thither and in a storm is bound to flounder. It is in such a plight as this that the Negro race has drifted for the past 50 years and more. Rarely ever did it know exactly what it was seeking, and never once did it formulate any intelligent and workable plan of getting what it was seeking, even in the rare instances when it did know what it wanted. It is to meet this unfortunate condition and supply a rudder for the Negro ship of state, a definite directive force, that the following program adopted by the African Blood Brotherhood is herewith offered for the consideration of other Negro organizations and of the race in general. There is nothing illusory or impractical about this program. Every point is based upon the historic experience of some section or other of the great human family. Those who formulated the program recognized, 1. The economic nature of the struggle, not wholly economic, but nearly so; 2. That it is essential to know from whom our oppression comes, that is, who are our enemies, and to make common cause with all forces and movements that are working against our enemies; 3. That it is not necessary for Negroes to be able to endorse the program of these other movements before they can make common cause with them against the common enemy; 4. That the important thing about Soviet Russia, for example, is not the merits or demerits of the Soviet form of government, but the outstanding fact that Soviet Russia is opposing the imperialist robbers who have partitioned our motherland and subjugated our kindred, and that Soviet Russia is feared by those imperialist nations and by all the capitalist plunderbuns of the earth, from whose covetousness and murderous inhumanity we at present suffer in many lands. Africa. Our motherland, Africa, is divided by the big capitalist powers into so-called colonies. The colonies in turn are parceled out to white planters and capitalists, some of them colonists, others absentee landlords. To this end the free life of the African peoples have been broken up and the natives deprived of their lands in order to force them to work, at starvation wages, on the lands of these white capitalists. These planter capitalists have settled down in our country to exploit the riches of the land as well as the labor of our people. But our people were not tamely submissive and had to be subjugated. They refused to be exploited and rebelled and fought the invader in an unequal struggle. The invaders, armed with weapons of modern technique and precision as against the primitive and old weapons of our forefathers, were finally able to subdue our people. But not until many a British square had been broken and many a sudden disaster suffered by the forces of all the invading capitalist powers. How we were enslaved! And the fight is not yet over. A people living in oppression may be compared to a volcano. At any moment it may rise like a giant and run its enemies into the sea. To prevent this eventuality, the capitalist planters, with the aid of their home governments, have organized colonial armies, formed and equipped according to methods of modern technique. And to conquer our militant spirit and win us to slavish acceptance of their dominance, they brought in the white man's religion, Christianity, and with it whiskey. By the white man's religion our people's militant spirit was drugged, with his whiskey they were debauched. The white man's treachery, the white man's religion and whiskey had as great a part in bringing about our enslavement as the white man's guns. But in order to more intensively exploit our rich motherland and the cheap labor power of an enslaved people, it was necessary to bring into our land certain machine industries and certain material improvements, like railroads, etc., and today we may witness, especially in the coast cities of Africa, the steady growth of modern enterprise. With the introduction of modern equipment, the African has learned to wield the white man's machines, his guns, his methods, and with the possession of this knowledge has grown a new hope and determination to achieve his freedom and become the master of his own motherland. Hope never more justified. Indeed, the hope of the Negro people to free themselves from the imperialist enslavers was never more justified than at present. The home governments of the planter capitalists are weakening day by day, and are trembling under the menace of the proletarian revolution. The oppressed colonies and small nations are in constant rebellion, as witness the Irish, Turks, Persians, Indians, Arabs, Egyptians, etc. While the interior of Africa is as yet barely touched by predatory capitalism, the tribes fully realized the danger they would be subjected to should the enslavers penetrate more into the interior. Under the leadership of the more able and developed Negroes in the coast districts, the tremendous power of the Negro race in Africa could be organized. Towards this end we propose that every effort shall be bent to organize the Negroes in the coast districts and bring all Negro organizations in each of the Africa countries into a worldwide Negro Federation. The various sections of the Federation to have their own executive committees, etc., and to get in touch with the tribes in the interior with a view to common action. The Supreme Executive Committee to get in touch with all other peoples on the African continents, the Arabs, Egyptians, etc., as well as the revolutionists of Europe and America for the purpose of effecting coordination of action. Must organize Pan-African Army. Labor organizations should be formed in the industrial sections in order to protect and improve the conditions of the Negro workers. No opportunity should be lost for propagandizing the native soldiers in the colonial armies and for organizing secretly a great Pan-African army in the same way the Sinn Féin built up the Irish Republican Army under the very nose of England. Modern arms must be smuggled into Africa. Men sent into Africa in the guise of missionaries, etc., to establish relations with the Senussi, the various tribes of the interior, and to study the topography of the country. The Senussi already have an army in existence, a fact that is keeping European capitalist statesmen awake at night. Every effort and every dollar should be spent to effect the organization of a Pan-African army, whose very existence would drive respect and terror into the hearts of the white capitalist planters, and protect our people against their abuses. Remember, might makes right always did and always will. America. Whatever interest the capitalists displayed in the Negro was always motivated by considerations of cheap labor power. It was early recognized that the Negro people were the most endurant in the world, and when the New World was discovered, the rich exploiters organized expeditions to enslave our people and forcibly carry them into New World lands, to build empires and create wealth where otherwise none would have been possible. This is the history of most of the Negro populations in foreign lands. The cause of the Civil War. In the United States, as is well known, the Negroes but a few decades ago were exploited according to the most crude and primitive system of exploitation, chattel slavery. This chattel slavery prevailed in the South, while in the North the modern capitalist method of exploitation, wage slavery, prevailed. The two systems could not exist side by side, and therefore the so-called War of Liberation, in which northern capitalists and their retinue, in a smoke of idealistic camouflage, went to war against feudal capitalists in the South in order to decide supremacy between the two systems in the Americas. Northern capitalists won, and chattel slavery in the South was abolished with lurid speeches and glamour about liberty, democracy, etc. But the Negroes were not to have even the comparative liberty which the great capitalist czars tolerate under the wage slavery system. They were scrupulously disarmed, while their former owners with their henchmen remained armed. To repress all Negro aspirations for real freedom and suppress all desires to better their condition, secret murder societies like the Ku Klux Klan were organized by the former owner class who tortured and murdered secretly and in cold blood thousands of defenseless Negroes and many whites everywhere. The humanitarian instincts prompted them to champion the Negro's cause. And the victorious capitalist liberators of the North not only did not move a finger to enforce justice but suppressed the facts of this terrible persecution of the Negro and his few white friends. Through the years of terror exercised by these white cracker societies, the Negro again became totally subjugated, and peonage is the lot of many today in the southern states, while many are lynched or massacred each year. Lately the new Negro has come upon the scene, and in response to his rebellious spirit and that of the exploited in general, we see the resurrection of the Ku Klux Klan. Negro migration. As a result of continued oppression and maltreatment in the South, many thousands of Negroes have managed to escape to the North, and today every big northern city has a large Negro population. The comparative freedom of the North is propitious for great organizations and cultural activities, and it is here that the vanguard and general staff of the Negro race must be developed. A great Negro Federation. In order to build a strong and effective movement on the platform of liberation for the Negro people and protection of their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, etc., all Negro organizations should get together on a federation basis, thus creating a united, centralized movement. Such a movement could be carried on openly in the North, but would have to be built up secretly in the South in order to protect those members living in the South and to safeguard the organization from premature attack. Within the Federation, a secret protective organization should be developed, the real power to the membership of which should be admitted only the best and most courageous of the race. The protective organization would have to function under strict military discipline, ready to act at a moment's notice whenever defense and protection are necessary. Labor and economic organizations. Millions of Negroes have come north and are employed as laborers and mechanics, etc., in the various industries and capitalist enterprises of the North. Being unorganized, they are compelled to work at the meanest jobs and under the worst conditions. When depression in industry appears, they are the first to suffer. The white workers, through their labor organizations, have not only compelled the capitalist to give them more money and a shorter workday, but also partial employment during slack times. And when better times arrive, the white workers, through their organization, are ready to take full advantage of the situation. Negro workers, wherever organized in labor unions, have improved their living conditions, won shorter hours, more money, and steadier employment, as witness the sleeping car conductors, the Negro longshoremen of Philadelphia, etc. And since the strength of a people depends upon the degree of well-living by that people, we must by all means strive to substantially improve the standard of living, etc. All worthwhile Negro organizations and all new Negroes must therefore interest themselves in the organizing of Negro workers into labor unions for the betterment of their economic condition, and to act in close cooperation with the class-conscious white workers for the benefit of both. Negro Farmer Organization. The same principle applies to the small Negro farmers and farm laborers. They must get together to resist exploitation as well as to protect themselves against peonage and other injustices. Wherever cooperation with white farmers is possible, it is of course desirable. Cooperative organizing. There has developed among our people the naive belief that permanent employment, better conditions, and our salvation as a race can be accomplished through the medium of Negro factories, steamship lines, and similar enterprise. We wish to warn against putting too great a dependence along this line, as sudden financial collapse of such enterprises may break the whole morale of the liberation movement. Until the Negro controls the rich natural resources of some country of his own, he cannot hope to compete in industry with the great financial magnates of the capitalist nations on a scale large enough to supply jobs for any number of Negro workers, or substantial dividends for Negro investors. Let those who have invested in such propositions tell you whether they have obtained either jobs or dividends by such investment. The only effective way to secure better conditions and steady employment in America is to organize the Negro's labor power as indicated before into labor organizations. Every big organization develops certain property in the shape of buildings, vacation farms, etc. In prosperous times they may even develop cooperative enterprises such as stores, etc., but such enterprises must be cooperative property of all members of the organization and administered by members elected for the purpose. Under no circumstances should such property be operated under corporation titles written over to a few individuals to be disposed of at their pleasure. But experience has proven that such enterprises can only exist when the oppressed class is well organized. Without adequate organization, an industrial crisis like the present would sweep them off their feet. But where backed by adequate organization, the cooperative idea can be worked to advantage. Unlike the corporation, which lifts a few men on the shoulders and life savings of the many, the cooperative is of equal benefit to all. Alliances. There can be only one sort of alliance with other peoples, and that is an alliance to fight our enemies, in which case our allies must have the same purpose as we have. Our allies may be actual or potential. The small oppressed nations who are struggling against the capitalist exploiters and oppressors must be considered as actual allies. The class-conscious white workers who have spoken out in favor of African liberation and have shown a willingness to back with action their expressed sentiments must also be considered as actual allies and their friendship further cultivated. The non-class-conscious white workers who have not yet realized that all workers, regardless of race or color, have a common interest, must be considered as only potential allies at present, and everything possible done to awaken their class consciousness toward the end of obtaining their cooperation in our struggle. The revolutionary element which is undermining the imperialist powers that oppress us must be given every encouragement by Negroes who really seek liberation. This element is led and represented by the Third Internationale, which has its sections in all countries. We should immediately establish contact with the Third Internationale and its millions of followers in all countries of the world. To pledge loyalty to the flags of our murderers and oppressors, to speak about alliances with the servants and representatives of our enemies, to prate about first hearing our proven enemies before endorsing our proven friends is nothing less than cowardice and the blackest treason to the Negro race and our sacred cause of liberation. It is the Negroes resident in America, whether native or foreign-born, who are destined to assume the leadership of our people in a powerful world movement for Negro liberation. The American Negro, by virtue of being a part of the population of a great empire, has acquired certain knowledge in the waging of modern warfare, the operation of industries, etc. This country is the base for easy contact with the whole world, and the United States is destined, until the Negro race is liberated, to become the center of the Negro world movement. It is in this country, especially, that the Negro must be strong. It is from here that most of the leaders and pioneers who will carry the message across the world will go forth. But out strength cannot be organized by vain indulgence in mock heroics, empty phrases, unlearned decorations and titles, and other tomfoolery. It can only be done by the use of proper tactics, by determination and sacrifice upon the part of our leaders, and by intelligent preparatory organization and education. To be kidded along with the idea that because a few hundreds of us assemble once in a while in a convention that therefore we are free to legislate for ourselves, to fall for the bunk that before having made any serious effort to free our country, before having crossed swords on the field of battle with the oppressors, we can have a government of our own, with presidents, potentates, royalties and other queer mixtures, to speak about wasting our energies and money in propositions like bureaus of passports and identifications, diplomatic representatives, etc., is to indulge in pure moonshine and supply free amusement for our enemies. Surely, intelligent, grown-up individuals will not stand for such childish nonsense at all if they are serious about fighting for Negro liberation. We must come down to earth, to actual practical facts and realities, and build our strength upon solid foundations and not upon titled and decorated tomfoolery. The Caribbean section of the program dealing with the West Indies, South, and Central America will be published in the November Crusader. Part B. The Communist Party. This ebook is licensed to Jess Draws, jessicaleandraws@gmail.com on October 18, 2021. Official documents. Introduction. The Communist Party of the United States was the American affiliate of the Communist International. From the late 1920s through the mid-1950s, it was the largest and most important organization on the American far left. Beginning as a fractious alliance of forces expelled from the Socialist Party in 1919, it grew to nearly 100,000 members during the Great Depression. While for the period of this book the CP remained mostly small and relatively lacking in influence, the discussions and debates it hosted over the proper approach to the race question set the stage for its dramatic successes in anti-racist organizing during the Depression. The Communist Party first emerged as two separate organizations, both splits from the Socialist Party. When the SP's leadership decided to expel the left in 1919, it created a large, ready-made constituency for a new Communist Party. However, the expelled promptly fell out among themselves. Most of the foreign-born radicals established the Communist Party of America, which emphasized underground revolutionary action, a strategy whose advocates had imported directly from their experiences in Europe. The native-born radicals set up the Communist Labor Party of America, which argued for an orientation to the Union movement, particularly the IWW. These two groups existed as parallel formations until May of 1921, when Comintern prodding finally compelled unity between them. For the rest of the decade, the CP would remain divided by factionalism. At the same time, however, it began its first steps toward real participation in struggle in the United States. Its associated publications, like The Liberator and its successor, Workers' Monthly, were high-quality journals, containing international news, poetry, and theoretical discussions side by side. As much of the socialist press had been destroyed in wartime repression, the new communist publications found themselves with little political competition. Much of the party's debate over the race question would play out in these venues. The party also launched new initiatives in organizing. The International Labor Defense, which would become a prominent part of the party's Depression-era success, was launched in this period. William Z. Foster headed the Trade Union Education League, the party's intervention into the union movement. In 1925, it launched the American Negro Labor Congress, an attempt to organize militant black workers that internal bungling prevented from ever taking off. The factional struggles that racked the party only came to an end in 1929. In 1928, James P. Cannon and his supporters were purged from the party for supporting Leon Trotsky's criticisms of Stalin and the Russian communist leadership. The following year, J. Lovestone, who had carried out the purge of the Trotskyists, was himself expelled for supporting the Russian communist Nikolai Bukharin, who had fallen out of favor with Stalin. William Z. Foster emerged as the party's leader with Comintern blessing, and for the next few decades, the policies and leadership of the Communist Party would largely be determined in Russia. The two documents here were both drafted at Congresses of the Comintern. The first emerged from the Fourth Congress in 1922, while the second came from the Sixth Congress in 1928. Both attest to the importance the Comintern and its American adherents placed on the struggle for black liberation. While the Black Belt thesis is the more famous, both for its idiosyncratic analysis and its proximity to party success in organizing black workers during the 1930s, the theses of the Fourth Congress are equally significant. They recognize how important the struggle against racism is to the class struggle, and they commit the CP to complete equality between black and white. Together, the two texts form the theoretical basis for the CP's interventions in black liberation struggles for the first 2 decades of its existence. Theses of the Fourth Comintern Congress on the Negro Question. During and after the war, a movement of revolt against the power of world capital developed among the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, which is still making headway. The penetration and intensive colonization of the areas inhabited by the black races is the last great problem on the solution of which the further development of capitalism itself depends. French capitalism has clearly recognized that the power of French post-war imperialism can be maintained only by the creation of a French African empire connected with the motherland by a railway across the Sahara. America's finance magnates, who already exploit 12 million Negroes in the United States, have now begun on the peaceful penetration of Africa. England's fear of the threat to its position in Africa is shown clearly in the extreme methods used to suppress the Rand strike. Just as the danger of a new world war has become acute in the Pacific, as a result of the competition between the imperialist powers there, so there are menacing signs that Africa is becoming the object of their rival aspirations. Moreover, the war, the Russian Revolution, and the powerful movements of revolt among the Asiatic and Muslim peoples against imperialism, have awakened the race consciousness of millions of Negroes, who have for centuries been oppressed and humiliated by capitalism not only in Africa, but also, and perhaps to a greater degree, in America. The history of the Negroes in America qualifies them to play an important part in the liberation struggle of the entire African race. 300 years ago the American Negro was dragged from his homeland, brought in indescribably horrible conditions on board ship, and sold into slavery. For 250 years he worked as a slave under the lash of American overseers. His labor cleared the forests, built the roads, planted the cotton, laid the railways, and kept the aristocracy of the South. His wages were poverty, ignorance, humiliation, and wretchedness. The Negro was not a docile slave, his history is rich in revolts, disturbances, and subterranean methods of gaining freedom. But all his struggles were savagely suppressed. He was forced into subjection by torture, and the bourgeois press and religion justified his enslavement. Slavery then became an obstacle to American development on a capitalist basis. Personal slavery came into conflict with wage slavery, and personal slavery was bound to go under. The Civil War, which was not a war to free the Negroes, but a war to maintain the industrial predominance of capital in the northern states, confronted the Negro with the choice between slavery in the South and wage slavery in the North. The longings, the blood, and the tears of the emancipated Negroes were a part of the fabric of American capitalism. As America, which had meanwhile risen to the position of a world power, was inevitably dragged into the maelstrom of the World War, the Negro was declared to be equal in rank to the whites. He had to kill and be killed for democracy. 400,000 colored workers were enrolled in the army and organized in Negro regiments. Immediately after the terrible sacrifices of the World War, the returning Negro was met with racial persecution, lynching, murder, deprivation of franchise, inequalities between him and the whites. He defended himself and had to pay dearly for it. Negro persecution became more intense and widespread than before the war, until he learned to forget his presumption. The post-war industrialization of the Negro in the North, and the spirit of rebellion provoked by persecution and brutality after the war, which, although suppressed, still flared up in protest against such atrocities as the events in Tulsa, give the American Negro, particularly in the North, a place in the vanguard of the fight against oppression in Africa. The Communist International notes with satisfaction the resistance of the exploited Negro to the exploiter's attack, for the enemy of his race and the enemy of the white workers are one and the same: capitalism and imperialism. The world struggle of the Negro race is a struggle against capitalism and imperialism. The Negro movement throughout the world must be organized on this basis. In America, the center of Negro culture around which the Negro protest crystallizes; in Africa, the reservoir of human labor power for the further development of capitalism; in Central America, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Colombia, Nicaragua, and the other independent republics, where American imperialism rules; in Puerto Rico, Haiti, San Domingo, and the other islands of the Caribbean, where the brutal treatment of our black fellow beings by the American occupation troops has aroused a protest from the conscious Negro and the revolutionary white workers throughout the world; in South Africa and the Congo, where increasing industrialization of the Negro population has led to various outbreaks; in East Africa, where the penetration of world capital is driving the native population to active resistance against imperialism. It is the task of the Communist International to bring home to the Negroes that they are not the only people suffering from the oppression of imperialism and capitalism, that the workers and peasants of Europe, Asia, and America are also victims of the imperialist exploiter, that in India and China, in Persia and Turkey, in Egypt and Morocco the oppressed colored workers are defending themselves heroically against the imperialist exploiters, that these peoples are revolting against the same intolerable conditions which drive the Negroes themselves to desperation: racial oppression, social and economic inequality, intense industrial exploitation, that these peoples are fighting for the same objects as the Negroes: political, economic, and social emancipation and equality. The Communist International, which embodies the world-embracing struggle of the revolutionary workers and peasants against the power of imperialism, which is not only the organization of the enslaved white workers of Europe and America, but also the organization of the oppressed colored peoples of the world, regards it as its duty to support and promote the international organization of Negroes in their struggle against the common enemy. The Negro problem has become a vital question of the world revolution. The Communist International, which has already realized what valuable help the Asiatic colored peoples in the semi-colonial countries can give to the proletarian world revolution, considers the collaboration of our oppressed black fellow beings absolutely essential for the proletarian revolution and the destruction of capitalist power. For these reasons the Fourth Congress declares it the special duty of communists to apply the theses on the colonial question to the Negro problem also. 1. The Fourth Congress recognizes the necessity of supporting every form of the Negro movement which undermines or weakens capitalism, or hampers its further penetration. 2. The Communist International will fight for the equality of the white and black races, for equal wages and equal political and social rights. 3. The Communist International will use every means at its disposal to force the trade unions to admit black workers, or, where this right already exists on paper, to conduct special propaganda for the entry of Negroes into the unions. If this should prove impossible, the Communist International will organize the Negroes in trade unions of their own and use united front tactics to compel their admission. 4. The Communist International will take steps immediately to convene a World Negro Congress or Conference. Black Belt Thesis. 1. The industrialization of the South, the concentration of a new Negro working class population in the big cities of the East and North, and the entrance of the Negroes into the basic industries on a mass scale, create the possibility for the Negro workers, under the leadership of the Communist Party, to assume the hegemony of all Negro liberation movements, and to increase their importance and role in the revolutionary struggle of the American proletariat. The Negro working class has reached a stage of development which enables it, if properly organized and well led, to fulfill successfully its double historical mission: a. to play a considerable role in the class struggle against American imperialism as an important part of the American working class, and b. to lead the movement of the oppressed masses of the Negro population. 2. The bulk of the Negro population, 86%, live in the southern states. Of this number, 74% live in the rural districts and are dependent almost exclusively upon agriculture for a livelihood. Approximately one-half of these rural dwellers live in the so-called Black Belt, in which area they constitute more than 50% of the entire population. The great mass of the Negro agrarian population are subject to the most ruthless exploitation and persecution of a semi-slave character. In addition to the ordinary forms of capitalist exploitation, American imperialism utilizes every possible form of slave exploitation: peonage, sharecropping, landlord supervision of crops and marketing, etc., for the purpose of extracting super profits. On the basis of these slave remnants, there has grown up a superstructure of social and political inequality that expresses itself in lynching, segregation, Jim Crowism, etc. Necessary conditions for national revolutionary movement. 3. The various forms of oppression of the Negro masses, who are concentrated mainly in the so-called Black Belt, provide the necessary conditions for a national revolutionary movement among the Negroes. The Negro agricultural laborers and the tenant farmers feel most the pressure of white persecution and exploitation. Thus, the agrarian problem lies at the root of the Negro national movement. The great majority of Negroes in the rural districts of the South are not reserves of capitalist reaction, but potential allies of the revolutionary proletariat. Their objective position facilitates their transformation into a revolutionary force, which, under the leadership of the proletariat, will be able to participate in the joint struggle with all other workers against capitalist exploitation. For it is the duty of the Negro workers to organize through the mobilization of the broad masses of the Negro population the struggle of the agricultural laborers and tenant farmers against all forms of semi-feudal oppression. On the other hand, it is the duty of the Communist Party of the USA to mobilize and rally the broad masses of the white workers for active participation in this struggle. For that reason the party must consider the beginning of systematic work in the South as one of its main tasks, having regard for the fact that the bringing together of the workers and toiling masses of all nationalities for a joint struggle against the landowners and the bourgeoisie is one of the most important aims of the Communist International, as laid down in the resolutions on the national and colonial question of the Second and Sixth Congresses of the Comintern. For complete emancipation of oppressed Negro race. 5. To accomplish this task, the Communist Party must come out as the champion of the right of the oppressed Negro race for full emancipation. While continuing and intensifying the struggle under the slogan of full social and political equality for the Negroes, which must remain the central slogan of our party for work among the masses, the party must come out openly and unreservedly for the right of the Negroes to national self-determination in the southern states, where the Negroes form a majority of the population. The struggle for equal rights and the propaganda for the slogan of self-determination must be linked up with the economic demands of the Negro masses, especially those directed against the slave remnants and all forms of national and racial oppression. Special stress must be laid upon organizing active resistance against lynching, Jim Crowism, segregation and all other forms of oppression of the Negro population. 6. All work among the Negroes, as well as the struggle for the Negro cause among the whites, must be used, based upon the changes which have taken place in the relationship of classes among the Negro population. The existence of a Negro industrial proletariat of almost 2 million workers makes it imperative that the main emphasis should be placed on these new proletarian forces. The Negro workers must be organized under the leadership of the Communist Party, and thrown into joint struggle together with the white workers. The party must learn to combine all demands of the Negroes with the economic and political struggle of the workers and the poor farmers. American Negro Question part of world problem. 7. The Negro question in the United States must be treated in its relation to the Negro questions and struggles in other parts of the world. The Negro race everywhere is an oppressed race. Whether it is a minority, USA, etc., majority, South Africa, or inhabits a so-called independent state, Liberia, etc., the Negroes are oppressed by imperialism. Thus, a common tie of interest is established for the revolutionary struggle of race and national liberation from imperialist domination of the Negroes in various parts of the world. A strong Negro revolutionary movement in the USA will be able to influence and direct the revolutionary movement in all those parts of the world where the Negroes are oppressed by imperialism. 8. The proletarianization of the Negro masses makes the trade unions the principal form of mass organization. It is the primary task of the party to play an active part and lead in the work of organizing the Negro workers and agricultural laborers in trade unions. Owing to the refusal of the majority of the white unions in the USA, led by the reactionary leaders, to admit Negroes to membership, steps must be immediately taken to set up special unions for those Negro workers who are not allowed to join the white unions. At the same time, however, the struggles for the inclusion of Negro workers in the existing unions must be intensified and concentrated upon. Special attention must be given to those unions in which the statutes and rules set up special limitations against the admission of Negro workers. Primary duty of the Communist Party in this connection is to wage a merciless struggle against the AFL bureaucracy, which prevents the Negro workers from joining the white workers' unions. The organization of special trade unions for the Negro masses must be carried out as part and parcel of the struggle against the restrictions imposed upon the Negro workers and for their admission to the white workers' unions. The creation of separate Negro unions should in no way weaken the struggle in the old unions for the admission of Negroes on equal terms. Every effort must be made to see that all the new unions organized by the left wing and by the Communist Party should embrace the workers of all nationalities and of all races. The principle of one union for all workers in each industry, white and black, should cease to be a mere slogan of propaganda, and must become a slogan of action. Party trade union work among Negroes. 9. While organizing the Negroes into unions and conducting an aggressive struggle against the anti-Negro trade union policy of the AFL, the party must pay more attention than it has hitherto done to the work in the Negro workers' organizations, such as the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, Chicago Asphalt Workers Union, and so on. The existence of 2 million Negro workers and the further industrialization of the Negroes demand a radical change in the work of the party among the Negroes. The creation of working-class organizations and the extension of our influence in the existing working-class Negro organizations, are of much greater importance than the work in bourgeois and petty bourgeois organizations, such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Pan-African Congress, etc. 10. The American Negro Labor Congress continues to exist only nominally. Every effort should be made to strengthen this organization as a medium through which we can extend the work of the party among the Negro masses and mobilize the Negro workers under our leadership. After careful preparatory work, which must be started at once, another convention of the American Negro Labor Congress should be held. A concrete plan must also be presented to the Congress for an intensified struggle for the economic, social, political, and national demands of the Negro masses. The program of the American Negro Labor Congress must deal specially with the agrarian demands of the Negro farmers and tenants in the South. 11. The importance of trade union work imposes special tasks upon the Trade Union Educational League. The TUEL has completely neglected the work among the Negro workers, notwithstanding the fact that these workers are objectively in a position to play a very great part in carrying through the program of organizing the unorganized. The closest contact must be established between the TUEL and the Negro masses. The TUEL must become the champion in the struggle for the rights of the Negroes in the old unions, and in the organizing of new unions for both Negroes and whites, as well as separate Negro unions. White chauvinism evidenced in the American Party. The CEC of the American Communist Party itself stated in its resolution of April 30, 1928, that the party as a whole has not sufficiently realized the significance of work among the Negroes. Such an attitude toward the party work among the Negroes is, however, not satisfactory. The time is ripe to begin within the party a courageous campaign of self-criticism concerning the work among the Negroes. Penetrating self-criticism is the necessary preliminary condition for directing the Negro work along new lines. 12. The party must bear in mind that white chauvinism, which is the expression of the ideological influence of American imperialism among the workers, not only prevails among different strata of the white workers in the USA, but is even reflected in various forms in the party itself. White chauvinism has manifested itself even in open antagonism of some comrades to the Negro comrades. In some instances where communists were called upon to champion and to lead in the most vigorous manner the fight against white chauvinism, they instead yielded to it. In Gary, white members of the Workers' Party protested against Negroes eating in the restaurant controlled by the party. In Detroit, party members, yielding to pressure, drove out Negro comrades from a social given in aid of the miners on strike. Whilst the party has taken certain measures against these manifestations of white chauvinism, nevertheless those manifestations must be regarded as indications of race prejudice even in the ranks of the party, which must be fought with the utmost energy. 13. An aggressive fight against all forms of white chauvinism must be accompanied by a widespread and thorough educational campaign in the spirit of internationalism within the party, utilizing for this purpose to the fullest possible extent the party schools, the party press and the public platform, to stamp out all forms of antagonism, or even indifference among our white comrades toward the Negro work. This educational work should be conducted simultaneously with a campaign to draw the white workers and the poor farmers into the struggle for the support of the demands of the Negro workers. Tasks of party in relation to Negro work. 14. The Communist Party of the USA in its treatment of the Negro question must all the time bear in mind this twofold task: a. To fight for the full rights of the oppressed Negroes and for their right to self-determination and against all forms of chauvinism, especially among the workers of the oppressing nationality. b. The propaganda and the day-to-day practice of international class solidarity must be considered as one of the basic tasks of the American Communist Party. The fight by propaganda and by deeds should be directed first and foremost against the chauvinism of the workers of the oppressing nationality as well as against bourgeois segregation tendencies of the oppressed nationality. The propaganda of international class solidarity is the necessary prerequisite for the unity of the working class in the struggle. The center of gravity in educating the workers of the oppressing countries in the principles of internationalism must inevitably consist in the propaganda and defense by these workers of the right of segregation by the oppressed countries. We have the right and duty to treat every socialist of an oppressing nation, who does not conduct such propaganda, as an imperialist and as a scoundrel. Lenin, Selected Articles on the National Question. 15. The party must seriously take up the task of training a cadre of Negro comrades as leaders, bring them into the party schools in the USA and abroad, and make every effort to draw Negro proletarians into active and leading work in the party, not confining the activities of the Negro comrades exclusively to the work among Negroes. Simultaneously, white workers must specially be trained for work among the Negroes. 16. Efforts must be made to transform the Negro Champion into a weekly mass organ of the Negro proletariat and tenant farmers. Every encouragement and inducement must be given to the Negro comrades to utilize the party press generally. Negro work part of general work of party. 17. The party must link up the struggle on behalf of the Negroes with the general campaigns of the party. The Negro problem must be part and parcel of all and every campaign conducted by the party. In the election campaigns, trade union work, the campaigns for the organization of the unorganized, anti-imperialist work, Labor Party campaign, international labor defense, etc., the Central Executive Committee must work out plans designed to draw the Negroes into active participation in all these campaigns, and at the same time to bring the white workers into the struggle on behalf of the Negroes' demands. It must be borne in mind that the Negro masses will not be won for the revolutionary struggles until such time as the most conscious section of the white workers show, by action, that they are fighting with the Negroes against all racial discrimination and persecution. Every member of the party must bear in mind that the age-long oppression of the colonial and weak nationalities by the imperialist powers, has given rise to a feeling of bitterness among the masses of the enslaved countries as well as a feeling of distrust toward the oppressing nations in general and toward the proletariat of those nations. See Resolution on Colonial and National Question of Second Congress. 18. The Negro women in industry and on the farms constitute a powerful potential force in the struggle for Negro emancipation. By reason of being unorganized to an even greater extent than male Negro workers, they are the most exploited section. The AFL bureaucracy naturally exercises toward them a double hostility, by reason of both their color and sex. It therefore becomes an important task of the party to bring the Negro women into the economic and political struggle. 19. Only by an active and strenuous fight on the part of the white workers against all forms of oppression directed against the Negroes, will the party be able to draw into its ranks the most active and conscious Negro workers, men and women, and to increase its influence in those intermediary organizations which are necessary for the mobilization of the Negro masses in the struggle against segregation, lynching, Jim Crowism, etc. 20. In the present struggle in the mining industry, the Negro workers participate actively and in large numbers. The leading role the party played in this struggle has helped greatly to increase its prestige. Nevertheless, the special efforts being made by the party in the work among the Negro strikers cannot be considered as adequate. The party did not send enough Negro organizers into the coal fields, and it did not sufficiently attempt, in the first stages of the fight, to develop the most able Negro strikers and to place them in leading positions. The party must be especially criticized for its failure to put Negro workers on the presidium of the Pittsburgh Miners' Conference, doing so only after such representation was demanded by the Negroes themselves. 21. In the work among the Negroes, special attention should be paid to the role played by the churches and preachers who are acting on behalf of American imperialism. The party must conduct a continuous and carefully worked out campaign among the Negro masses, sharpened primarily against the preachers and the churchmen, who are the agents of the oppressors of the Negro race. Party work among Negro proletariat and peasantry. 22. The party must apply united front tactics for specific demands to the existing Negro petty bourgeois organizations. The purpose of these united front tactics should be the mobilizing of the Negro masses under the leadership of the party, and to expose the treacherous petty bourgeois leadership of those organizations. 23. The Negro Miners Relief Committee and the Harlem Tenants League are examples of joint organizations of action which may serve as a means of drawing the Negro masses into struggle. In every case the utmost effort must be made to combine the struggle of the Negro workers with the struggle of the white workers, and to draw the white workers' organizations into such joint campaigns. 24. In order to reach the bulk of the Negro masses, special attention should be paid to the work among the Negroes in the South. For that purpose, the party should establish a district organization in the most suitable locality in the South. Whilst continuing trade union work among the Negro workers and the agricultural laborers, special organizations of tenant farmers must be set up. Special efforts must also be made to secure the support of the sharecroppers in the creation of such organizations. The party must undertake the task of working out a definite program of immediate demands, directed against all slave remnants, which will serve as the rallying slogans for the formation of such peasant organizations. Henceforth the Workers' Communist Party must consider the struggle on behalf of the Negro masses, the task of organizing the Negro workers and peasants and the drawing of these oppressed masses into the proletarian revolutionary struggle, as one of its major tasks, remembering, in the words of the Second Congress resolution, that the victory over capitalism cannot be fully achieved and carried to its ultimate goal unless the proletariat and the toiling masses of all nations of the world rally of their own accord in a concordant and close union. Political Secretariat, Communist International, Moscow, USSR, October 26, 1928. John Reed. Introduction. John Reed, 1887–1920, was a socialist journalist and agitator. Though from a privileged background, Reed identified with the leftmost currents in American socialism. He reported on labor struggles in the United States, traveled to Mexico to document the Mexican Revolution, and went to Europe to cover World War I. His most famous work was his documentation of the Russian Revolution, after which he became a determined advocate for Bolshevism in America. Reed died of typhus while in Russia in 1920. Reed was born to a wealthy family in Portland, Oregon. An indifferent student, he nonetheless was accepted to Harvard, where he joined the Intercollegiate Socialist Society, ISS. The ISS both hosted speakers and conducted agitation. At Harvard, it led a campaign to raise the pay of serving staff. Through the ISS, Reed was exposed to the growing world of American socialism. After graduation, Reed worked as a freelance journalist. He was arrested while covering the Patterson Silk Strike, supporting the IWW leadership of the strike. Reed threw himself into the struggle, fundraising for the striking workers at Madison Square Garden. In late 1913, he left to cover the Mexican Revolution, later publishing his journalism as a book, Insurgent Mexico. When World War I broke out the following year, he traveled to Europe, covering the war on the Eastern Front, and publishing anti-war journalism. In August of 1917, he traveled to Russia to cover the ongoing revolution, producing 10 Days That Shook the World, his reporting on the October Revolution. As an American socialist, Reed was welcomed as an ally of the new Bolshevik government and was able to meet figures such as Lenin and Trotsky. When he returned to the United States in the spring of 1918, he threw himself into radical organizing. He was arrested and charged multiple times for his anti-war agitation, and eventually fled back to the Soviet Union to escape prosecution. Before he left, however, Reed was instrumental in establishing the Communist Labor Party out of the left wing of the Socialist Party. Back in Russia, Reed worked for the Communist International. It was in this capacity that his travels across Russia exposed him to typhus. Reed died of the disease in October 1920, and was buried at the Kremlin with state honors. Reed's document here comes from a speech he gave at the Second Congress of the Comintern in 1920. In it, Reed both details the extent of black oppression in the United States for his audience, who would have been almost entirely ignorant of this history, and argues for a political perspective based on the independent movement of black Americans against racism. Reed dates this movement to the Spanish-American War at the turn of the century and the subsequent agitation by black veterans and their allies for equal treatment. Reed's emphasis on the movement of black Americans themselves was, at this point, still quite unusual for a white socialist. His speech thus anticipates the work of communists such as Robert Minor, who would build on Reed's perspective here a few years later. While Reed concludes his speech on a somewhat workerist note, dismissing black nationalism even at a moment when the Garvey movement was commanding a mass following, his orientation to the liberation struggle being conducted by black Americans themselves is an important moment in the origins of communist thinking on the race question. Further reading. Homburger, Eric. John Reed. Manchester, Manchester University Press, 1990. Lehman, Daniel W. John Reed and the Writing of Revolution. Athens O.H., Ohio University Press, 2002. Newsinger, John, ed. Shaking the World, John Reed's Revolutionary Journalism. London, Bookmarks, 1998. The Negro Question in America. In America there live 10 million Negroes who are concentrated mainly in the South. In recent years, however, many thousands of them have moved to the North. The Negroes in the North are employed in industry while in the South the majority are farm laborers or small farmers. The position of the Negroes is terrible, particularly in the Southern states. Paragraph 16 of the Constitution of the United States grants the Negroes full civil rights. Nevertheless, most Southern states deny the Negroes these rights. In other states, where by law the Negroes possess the right to vote, they are killed if they dare to exercise this right. Negroes are not allowed to travel in the same railway carriages as whites, visit the same saloons and restaurants, or live in the same districts. There exist special, and worse, schools for Negroes and similarly special churches. This separation of the Negroes is called the Jim Crow system, and the clergy in the Southern churches preach about paradise on the Jim Crow system. Negroes are used as unskilled workers in industry. Until recently they were excluded from most of the unions that belong to the American Federation of Labor. The IWW of course organized the Negroes. The old Socialist Party however undertook no serious attempt to organize them. In some states the Negroes were not accepted into the party at all, in others they were separated off into special sections, and in general the party statutes banned the use of party resources for propaganda among Negroes. In the South the Negro has no rights at all and does not even enjoy the protection of the law. Usually one can kill Negroes without being punished. One terrible white institution is the lynching of Negroes. This happens in the following manner. The Negro is covered with oil and strung up on a telegraph pole. The whole of the town, men, women, and children, run up to watch the show and take home a piece of the clothing or the skin of the Negro they have tortured to death as a souvenir. I have too little time to explain the historical background to the Negro question in the United States. The descendants of the slave population, who were liberated during the Civil War, when politically and economically they were still completely underdeveloped, were later given full political rights in order to unleash a bitter class struggle in the South which was intended to hold up Southern capitalism until the capitalists in the North were able to bring together all the country's resources into their own possession. Until recently the Negroes did not show any aggressive class consciousness at all. The first awakening of the Negroes took place after the Spanish-American War, in which the black troops had fought with extraordinary courage and from which they returned with the feeling that as men they were equal to the white troops. Until then the only movement that existed among the Negroes was a semi-philanthropic educational association led by Booker T. Washington and supported by the white capitalists. This movement found its expression in the organization of schools in which the Negroes were brought up to be good servants of industry. As intellectual nourishment they were presented with the good advice to resign themselves to the fate of an oppressed people. During the Spanish War an aggressive reform movement arose among the Negroes which demanded social and political equality with the whites. With the beginning of the European War 500,000 Negroes who had joined the U.S. Army were sent to France, where they were billeted with French troop detachments and suddenly made the discovery that they were treated as equals socially and in every other respect. The American General Staff approached the French High Command and asked them to forbid Negroes to visit places used by whites and to treat them as second-class people. After the war the Negroes, many of whom had received medals for bravery from the English and French governments, returned to their southern villages where they were subjected to lynch law because they dared to wear their uniforms and their decorations on the street. At the same time a strong movement arose among the Negroes who had stayed behind. Thousands of them moved to the north, began to work in the war industries and came into contact with the surging current of the labor movement. High as they were, their wage rates trailed behind the incredible increases in the prices of the most important necessities. Moreover, the Negroes were outraged by the way all their strength was sucked out and the terrible exertions demanded by the work much more than were the white workers who had grown used to the terrible exploitation in the course of many years. The Negroes went on strike alongside the white workers and quickly joined the industrial proletariat. They proved very ready to accept revolutionary propaganda. At that time the newspaper Messenger was founded, published by a young Negro, the socialist A. Philip Randolph, and pursuing revolutionary propagandist aims. This paper united socialist propaganda with an appeal to the racial consciousness of the Negroes and with the call to organize self-defense against the brutal attacks of the whites. At the same time the paper insisted on the closest links with the white workers, regardless of the fact that the latter often took part in Negro baiting, and emphasized that the enmity between the white and black races was supported by the capitalists in their own interests. The return of the army from the front threw many millions of white workers onto the labor market all at once. The result was unemployment, and the demobilized soldiers' impatience took such threatening proportions that the employers were forced to tell the soldiers that their jobs had been taken by Negroes in order thus to incite the whites to massacre the Negroes. The first of these outbreaks took place in Washington, where civil servants from the administration returning from the war found their jobs occupied by Negroes. The civil servants were in the main Southerners. They organized a night attack on the Negro district in order to terrorize the Negroes into giving up their jobs. To everybody's amazement the Negroes came onto the streets fully armed. A fight developed and the Negroes fought so well that for every dead Negro there were 3 dead whites. Another revolt which lasted several days and left many dead on both sides broke out a few months later in Chicago. Later still a massacre took place in Omaha. In all these fights the Negroes showed for the first time in history that they are armed and splendidly organized and are not at all afraid of the whites. The results of the Negroes' resistance were first of all a belated intervention by the government and secondly the acceptance of Negroes into the unions of the American Federation of Labor. Racial consciousness grew among the Negroes themselves. At present there is among the Negroes a section which preaches the armed uprising of the Negroes against the whites. The Negroes who returned home from the war have set up associations everywhere for self-defense and to fight against the white supporters of lynch law. The circulation of the Messenger is growing constantly. At present it sells 180,000 copies monthly. At the same time, socialist ideas have taken root and are spreading rapidly among the Negroes employed in industry. If we consider the Negroes as an enslaved and oppressed people, then they pose us with 2 tasks. On the one hand a strong racial movement and on the other a strong proletarian workers' movement, whose class consciousness is quickly growing. The Negroes do not pose the demand of national independence. A movement that aims for a separate national existence, like for instance the Back to Africa movement that could be observed a few years ago, is never successful among the Negroes. They hold themselves above all to be Americans, they feel at home in the United States. That simplifies the tasks of the communists considerably. The only correct policy for the American communists towards the Negroes is to regard them above all as workers. The agricultural workers and the small farmers of the South pose, despite the backwardness of the Negroes, the same tasks as those we have in respect to the white rural proletariat. Communist propaganda can be carried out among the Negroes who are employed as industrial workers in the North. In both parts of the country we must strive to organize Negroes in the same unions as the whites. This is the best and quickest way to root out racial prejudice and awaken class solidarity. The Communists must not stand aloof from the Negro movement, which demands their social and political equality, and at the moment, at a time of the rapid growth of racial consciousness, is spreading rapidly among Negroes. The Communists must use this movement to expose the lie of bourgeois equality and emphasize the necessity of the social revolution, which will not only liberate all workers from servitude but is also the only way to free the enslaved Negro people. Claude McKay. Introduction. Claude McKay, 1889–1948, was a Jamaican-born poet, novelist, and essayist who became a prominent figure in post-war radicalism in both Britain and the United States. Better known as a Harlem Renaissance figure, McKay was deeply committed to radical politics in the post-war years, writing for communist journals like The Liberator and traveling to the Soviet Union to speak at the Fourth Congress of the Communist International. While he eventually distanced himself from the communist movement after Stalin's consolidation of power in the USSR, he remained a socialist, continuing to publish in the left press until his health declined in the mid-1940s. McKay was born to a prosperous farming family in Jamaica, emigrating to the United States in 1912 to study at the Tuskegee Institute. When he arrived in the United States, McKay was shocked to confront American racism for the first time. While Jamaica had color prejudice, nothing on the island had prepared McKay for the intensity of Jim Crow racism. McKay's rage at the injustice he encountered in the United States would shape much of his subsequent writing. After traveling around the country for a time, McKay arrived in New York in 1914. While working menial jobs, he began publishing some of his poetry. His talent caught the eye of Max Eastman, a Greenwich Village editor and nodal figure in New York's radical political culture. Eastman became a champion of McKay's poetry, and the two men would shape each other's political evolutions over the next decade. McKay's relationship with Eastman brought him onto the editorial staff of The Liberator, a left cultural journal that would soon become closely associated with the Communist Party. Here, McKay published his most famous poem, If We Must Die, a defiant response to the race riots that swept the country in 1919. Shortly thereafter, McKay left for England, becoming involved in socialist circles there. He became an editor of the Workers' Dreadnought, a journal associated with the left communism of Sylvia Pankhurst. In 1922, McKay traveled to the Soviet Union as part of the American delegation to the Fourth Congress of the Communist International. Though not a member of the American CP, McKay was welcomed as a fraternal delegate. Fated by the Russians as an authentic black revolutionary, McKay was deeply impressed by the egalitarianism of Soviet society. At the Congress, he gave a speech on the race question in the United States that influenced the drafting of the theses on the Negro question the Congress released. While in Russia, he also wrote a book, Negroes in America, giving an analysis of the history of racism in America. For the next few years, McKay moved frequently, spending time in Morocco and Western Europe. He returned to the United States in 1934. While continuing to write throughout this period, including several novels, McKay never regained the prominence he had in the post-war years. In 1944 he moved to Chicago to work with the Catholic Youth Organization, and he died there in 1948. Socialism and the Negro. Chiefly through the efforts of Dr. Du Bois, author of The Souls of Black Folk, there came into being in the United States, some 10 years ago, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. In the main, the organization strove to combat the wide and insidious influence of Booker Washington who, making light of the social and political status of his race, had put into practice, for its material benefit, the principle of work advocated by the latter-day Carlyle. A group of wealthy and socially and politically influential bourgeois of the North, helped to launch the movement and became its directing spirit. In it were men and women representative of the old conservative and Quaker aristocracy of New England and Pennsylvania, and the liberal capitalists. It comprised intellectual and commercial Jews, and its finest spirit was Oswald Garrison Villard, editor of the American Nation and grandson of the great abolitionist, who, vilified and denounced by the hidebound capitalist press, stands out as the solitary and only consistent representative of the American bourgeoisie, counseling peace and moderation between aggressive capitalism and its government, and militant labor and socialism, and all the forces of passion struggling in America today. This group, palpably ignorant of the fact that the Negro question is primarily an economic problem, evidently thought it might be solved by admitting Negroes who have won to wealth and intellectual and other attainments into white society on equal terms, and by protesting and pleading to the political and aristocratic South to remove the notorious laws limiting the political and social status of colored folk. So far as I am able to judge, it has done good work on the technically legal and educational side. It developed race consciousness in the Negro and made him restive, but on the political side it has flirted with different parties and its work is quite ineffective. Further, it has taken a firm stand against segregation, which is a moot and delicate question. While all Negroes are agreed that the social barriers must be removed, there is much difference in regard to education and some institutions like hospitals and churches. The growing numbers of cultured Negro men and women find it extremely difficult to obtain employment that is in keeping with their education under the capitalist system of government. For one instance, had a scholar like Dr. Du Bois been white, he would certainly have secured a chair at Harvard, Yale, or Columbia University, for which he is eminently fitted. Many Negroes have obtained a sound education at great sacrifice, only to be forced, upon completion of their studies, into menial or ungenial toil. In the Black Belt of New York City, where there is an estimated population of 100,000 Negroes, the police force, hospital, library, and elementary schools patronized chiefly by colored people are entirely manned by white staffs. It would be impossible for such conditions to exist under a Soviet system of government. Just about the beginning of the late war, the socialists and the IWW, realizing that the Negro population offered a fertile field for propaganda, began working in earnest among them. With the aid of the Messenger magazine, edited by two ardent, young Negro university men, and the Liberator, they have done real constructive work that is now bearing fine fruit. The rank and file Negroes of America have been very responsive to the new truths. Some of them have been lured away by the siren call of the American Federation of Labor to enter its ranks. For years this reactionary association held out against Negro membership, but recently the capitalist class, alarmed over the growth of revolutionary thought among the blacks, used its creature, Gompers, to put through a resolution admitting Negroes to membership at the last conference. It has, however, had no effect on the lily-white and inconsequential trade unions of the South. A splendid result of the revolutionary propaganda work among the blacks was the conference of the National Brotherhood of Workers in America, entirely Negro, which was held at Washington, D.C., in September of last year. Its platform is as revolutionary in principle as that of the IWW. Over 100 delegates were in attendance and the majority came from the South. As always, the colored workers are ready and willing to meet the white workers halfway in order that they might unite in the fight against capitalism, but, owing to the seeds of hatred that have been sown for long years by the master class among both sections, the whites are still reluctant to take the step that would win the South over to socialism. The black workers hold the key to the situation, but while they and the white workers remain divided, the reactionary South need not fear. The great task is to get both groups together. Colored men from the North cannot be sent into the South for propaganda purposes, for they will be lynched. White men from the North will be beaten and, if they don't leave, they will also be lynched. A like fate awaits colored women. But the South is boastful of its spirit of chivalry. It believes that it is the divinely appointed guardian of sacred white womanhood, and it professes to disfranchise, outrage and lynch Negro men and women solely for the protection of white women. It seems then that the only solution to the problem is to get lovely and refined white women volunteers to carry the message of socialism to both white and black workers. There are many of them in the movement who should be eager to go. During the period of Reconstruction, a goodly number went from New England to educate the freedmen, and, although they were socially ostracized by the Southerners, they stood to their guns. Today they are needed more than ever. The call is louder and the cause is greater. Among the blacks they will be safe, respected and honored. Will they rise to their duty? Strangely, it is the professional class of Negroes that is chiefly opposed to socialism, although it is the class that suffers and complains most bitterly. Dr. Du Bois has flirted with the socialist idea from a narrow, opportunist racial standpoint, but he is in spirit opposed to it. If our Negro professionals are not blindly ignorant, they should realize that there will never be any hope, no sound material place in the economic life of the world for them until the Negro masses are industrially independent. Many colored doctors, lawyers, journalists, teachers, and preachers literally starve and are driven to the wall because the black working class does not earn enough to give the adequate support. Naturally, the white workers will hardly turn from their kind to colored aspirants to the professions, even though the latter should possess exceptional ability. And even when they are capable, they are often up against the prejudice of their own people who have been subtly taught by the white ruling class to despise the talented of their race and sneer at their accomplishments. During the war, Marcus Garvey, a West Indian Negro, went to New York and formed the Universal Negro Improvement Association, an African Communities League for the redemption of Negro Africa, and the return thither of Negroes in exile. The movement has had an astonishing success. Negroes from all parts of the world, oppressed by the capitalists, despised and denied a fighting chance under the present economic system by white workingmen, have hailed it as the star of hope, the ultimate solution of their history-old troubles. It numbers now over 2 million active members. The capitalist press, which ridiculed it at first, now mentions the association in flattering terms, especially since it successfully floated the Black Star Line steamship company. At the beginning the company had much trouble with the local authorities, but it has never been persecuted by the state or federal government, for it is non-socialistic, of course. Although an international socialist, I am supporting the movement, for I believe that, for subject peoples, at least, nationalism is the open door to communism. Furthermore, I will try to bring this great army of awakened workers over to the finer system of socialism. Some English communists have remarked to me that they have no real sympathy for the Irish and Indian movement because it is nationalistic. But, today, the British Empire is the greatest obstacle to international socialism, and any of its subjugated parts succeeding in breaking away from it would be helping the cause of world communism. In these pregnant times, no people who are strong enough to throw off an imperial yoke will tamely submit to system of local capitalism. The breaking up of the British Empire must either begin at home or abroad. The sooner the strong blow is struck, the better it will be for all communists. Hence the English revolutionary workers should not be unduly concerned over the manner in which the attack should begin. Unless, like some British intellectuals, they are enamored of the idea of a socialist British Empire. Unless they are willing to be provided with cheap raw materials by the slaves of Asia and Africa for the industries of their overcrowded cities, while the broad, fertile acres of Great Britain are held for hunting and other questionable pleasures. How black sees green and red. Last summer I went to a big Sinn Féin demonstration in Trafalgar Square. The place was densely packed, the huge crowd spreading out into the Strand and up to the steps of the National Gallery. I was there selling the Workers' Dreadnought, Sylvia Pankhurst's pamphlet, Rebel Ireland, and Herman Gorter's Ireland, the Achilles heel of England. I sold out completely. All Ireland was there. As I passed round eagerly in friendly rivalry with other sellers of my group, I remarked aged men and women in frayed, old-fashioned clothes, middle-aged couples, young stalwarts, beautiful girls, and little children, all wearing the shamrock or some green symbol. I also wore a green necktie and was greeted from different quarters as Black Murphy or Black Irish. With both hands and my bag full of literature, I had to find time and a way for hearty handshakes and brief chats with Sinn Féin communists and regular Sinn Féiners. I caught glimpses also of proud representatives of the Sinn Féin bourgeoisie. For that day at least I was filled with the spirit of Irish nationalism, although I am black. Members of the bourgeoisie among the Sinn Féiners, like Constance Markievas and Erskine Childers, always stress the fact that Ireland is the only white nation left under the yoke of foreign imperialism. There are other nations in bondage, but they are not of the breed, they are colored, some are even Negro. It is comforting to think that bourgeois nationalists and patriots of whatever race or nation are all alike in outlook. They chafe under the foreign bit because it prevents them from using to the full their native talent for exploiting their own people. However, a black worker may be sensitive to every injustice felt by a white person. And I, for one, cannot but feel a certain sympathy with these Irish rebels of the bourgeoisie. But it is with the proletarian revolutionists of the world that my whole spirit revolts. It matters not that I am pitted, even by my white fellow workers who are conscious of the fact that besides being an economic slave as they, I am what they are not, a social leper, of a race outcast from an outcast class. Theirs is a class, which though circumscribed in its sphere, yet has a freedom of movement, a right to satisfy the simple cravings of the body which is denied to me. Yet I see no other way of upward struggle for colored peoples, but by way of the working class movement, ugly and harsh though some of its phases may be. None can be uglier and harsher than the routine existence of the average modern worker. The yearning of the American Negro especially, can only find expression and realization in the class struggle. Therein lies his hope. For the Negro is in a peculiar position in America. In spite of a professional here and a businessman there, the maintenance of an all-white supremacy in the industrial and social life, as well as the governing bodies of the nation, places the entire Negro race alongside the lowest section of the white working class. They are struggling for identical things. They fight along different lines simply because they are not as class-conscious and intelligent as the ruling classes they are fighting. Both need to be awakened. When a Negro is proscribed on account of his color, when the lynching fever seizes the South and begins to break out even in the North, the black race feels and thinks as a unit. But it has no sense of its unity as a class or as a part, rather, of the American working class, and so it is powerless. The Negro must acquire class consciousness. And the white workers must accept him and work with him, whether they object to his color and morals or not. For his presence is to them a menacing reality. American Negroes hold some sort of a grudge against the Irish. They have asserted that Irishmen have been their bitterest enemies, that the social and economic boycott against Negroes was begun by the Irish in the North during the Civil War and has, in the main, been fostered by them ever since. The Irish groups in America are, indeed, like the Anglo-Saxons, quite lacking in all the qualities that make living among the Latins tolerable for one of a conspicuously alien race. However, I react more to the emotions of the Irish than to those of any other whites. They are so passionately primitive in their loves and hates. They are quite free of the disease which is known in bourgeois phraseology as Anglo-Saxon hypocrisy. I suffer with the Irish. I think I understand the Irish. My belonging to a subject race entitles me to some understanding of them. And then I was born and reared a peasant. The peasant's passion for the soil possesses me, and it is one of the strongest passions in the Irish Revolution. The English, naturally, do not understand the Irish, and the English will not understand unless they are forced to. Their imperialists will use the military in Ireland to shoot, destroy, and loot. Their bourgeoisie will religiously try to make this harmonize with British morality. And their revolutionists, I would almost say that the English revolutionists, anarchists, socialists, and communists, understand Ireland less than any other political group. It appears that they would like to link up with Irish national revolution to the English class struggle with the general headquarters in England. And as Sinn Féin does not give lip service to communism, the English revolutionists are apparently satisfied in thinking that their sympathy lies with the Irish workers, but that they must back the red flag against the green. And the Irish workers hate the English. It may not sound nice in the ears of an infantile left communist to hear that the workers of one country hate the workers of another. It isn't beautiful propaganda. Nevertheless, such a hatred does exist. In the past, the Irish revolutionists always regarded the Royal Irish Constabulary as their greatest enemy. Until quite recently, its members were recruited chiefly from the Irish workers themselves, but the soldiers of the Irish Republican Army shot down these uniformed men like dogs, and when at last thousands of them deserted to Sinn Féin, either from fear of their fighting countrymen, or by their finer instinct asserting itself, they were received as comrades, hid, fed, clothed and provided with jobs. I saw one of the official Sinn Féin bulletins which called upon the population to give succor to the deserting policemen. They were enemies only while they wore the uniform and carried out the orders of Dublin Castle. Now they are friends, and the British have turned to England and Scotland for recruits. And so all the hatred of Irish workers is turned against the English. They think, as do all subject peoples with foreign soldiers and their officers lording it over them, that even the exploited English proletariat are their oppressors. And it is true at least that the English organized workers merrily ship munitions and men across the Channel for the shooting of their Irish brothers. Last spring, following on a little propaganda and agitation, some London railmen refused to haul munitions that were going to Ireland. They had acted on the orders of Cramp, the strong man of their union. But the railroad directors made threats and appealed to Lloyd George, who grew truculent. J.H. Thomas, the secretary of the Railwaymen's Union, intervened and the order was gracefully rescinded. As usual, Thomas found a way out that was satisfactory to the moral conscience of the nation. It was not so much the hauling of munitions, he said, but the making of them that was wrong. The railroad workers should not be asked to shoulder the greatest burden of the workers' fight merely because they hold the key to the situation. It is not the English alone, but also the anglicized Irish who persist in misunderstanding Ireland. Liberals and reactionary socialists vie with each other in quoting Bernard Shaw's famous "Ireland has a grievance." Shaw was nice enough to let me visit him during my stay in London. He talked lovingly and eloquently of the beauty of medieval cathedrals. I was charmed by his clear, fine language, and his genial manner. Between remarking that Heiderman was typical of the popular idea of God, and asking me why I did not go in for pugilism instead of poetry, the only light thought that he indulged in, he told of a cultured Chinaman who came all the way from China to pay homage to him as the patriarch of English letters. And just imagine what the Chinaman wanted to talk about. Ireland. It was amusingly puzzling to Shaw. Yet it was easy for me to understand why a Chinaman whose country had been exploited, whose culture had been belittled and degraded by aggressive imperial nations, should want to speak to a representative Irishman about Ireland. Whilst the eyes of the subject peoples of the world are fixed on Ireland, and Sinn Féin stands in embattled defiance against the government of the British Empire, whilst England proclaims martial law in Ireland, letting her black and tans run wild through the country, and Irish men and women are giving their lives daily for the ideal of freedom, Bernard Shaw dismisses the revolutionary phenomenon as a grievance. Yet the Irish revolutionists love Shaw. An Irish rebel will say that Shaw is a British socialist who does not understand Ireland. But like Wilde, he is an individual Irishman who has conquered England with his plays. There the fierce Irish pride asserts itself. Shaw belongs to Ireland. I marvel that Shaw's attitude towards his native land should be similar to that of any English bourgeois reformist, but I suppose that anyone who has no faith, no real vision of international communism, will agree with him. To the internationalist, it seems evident that the dissolution of the British Empire and the ushering in of an era of proletarian states, will give England her proper proportional place in the political affairs of the world. The greatest tradition of England's glory flourishes, however, in quite unexpected places. Some English communists play with the idea of England becoming the center of international communism just as she is the center of international capitalism. I read recently an article by a prominent English communist on city Soviets. It contained a glowing picture of the great slums transformed into beautiful dwellings and splendid suburbs. When one talks to a Welsh revolutionist, a Scottish communist, or an Irish rebel, one hears the yearning hunger of the people for the land in his voice. One sees it in his eyes. When one listens to an earnest Welsh miner, one gets the impression that he is sometimes seized with a desire to destroy the mine in which his life is buried. The English proletarian strikes one as being more matter of fact. He likes his factories and cities of convenient makeshifts. And when he talks of controlling and operating the workers for the workers, there burns no poetry in his eyes, no passion in his voice. English landlordism and capitalism have effectively and efficiently killed the natural hunger of the proletariat for the land. In England the land issue is raised only by the liberal radicals, and finds no response in the heart of the proletariat. That is a further reason why England cannot understand the Irish Revolution. For my part, I love to think of communism liberating millions of city folk to go back to the land. The English will not let go of Ireland. The militarists are hoping that the Irish people, persecuted beyond endurance, will rise protesting and demonstrating in a helpless and defenseless mass. Then they can be shot down as were the natives of Amritsar in India. But against a big background of experience, the generals of the Irish army are cautious. The population is kept under strict discipline. The systematic destruction of native industries by the English Army of Occupation forces them to adopt some communist measures for self-preservation. They are imbibing the atmosphere and learning the art of revolution. I heard from an Irish communist in London that some Indian students had been in Dublin to study that art where it is in practical preparation. It is impossible not to feel the Irish Revolution, nationalistic though it is entering a wedge directed straight to the heart of British capitalism. Letter to the editor of The Crisis. I am surprised and sorry that in your editorial, The Drive, published in The Crisis for May, you should leap out of your sphere to sneer at the Russian Revolution, the greatest event in the history of humanity, much greater than the French Revolution, which is held up as a wonderful achievement to Negro children and students in white and black schools. For American Negroes, the indisputable and outstanding fact of the Russian Revolution is that a mere handful of Jews, much less in ratio to the number of Negroes in the American population, have attained, through the revolution, all the political and social rights that were denied to them under the regime of the Tsar. Although no thinking Negro can deny the great work that the NAACP is doing, it must yet be admitted that from its platform and personnel the association cannot function as a revolutionary working-class organization. And the overwhelming majority of American Negroes belong by birth, condition, and repression to the working class. Your aim is to get for the American Negro the political and social rights that are his by virtue of the Constitution, the rights which are denied him by the Southern oligarchy with the active cooperation of the state governments and the tacit support of Northern business interests. And your aim is a noble one, which deserves the support of all progressive Negroes. But the Negro in politics and social life is ostracized only technically by the distinction of color. In reality, the Negro is discriminated against because he is of the lowest type of worker. Obviously, this economic difference between the white and black workers manifests itself in various forms, in color of prejudice, race hatred, political and social boycotting and lynching if Negroes. And all the entrenched institutions of white America, law courts, churches, schools, the fighting forces and the press condone these iniquities perpetrated upon black men, iniquities that are dismissed indifferently as the inevitable result of the social system. Still, whenever it suits the business interests controlling these institutions to mitigate the persecutions against Negroes, they do so with impunity. When organized white workers quit their jobs, Negroes, who are discouraged by the whites to organize, are sought to take their places. And these strike-breaking Negroes work under the protection of the military and the police. But as ordinary citizens and workers, Negroes are not protected by the military and the police from the mob. The ruling classes will not grant Negroes those rights which, on a lesser scale and more plausibly, are withheld from the white proletariat. The concession of these rights would immediately cause a revolution in the economic life of this country. Robert Minor. Introduction. Robert Minor, 1884 to 1952, was an American communist writer and cartoonist. Originally an anarchist, Miner converted to Bolshevism after traveling to revolutionary Russia, and he remained a loyal Communist Party member for the rest of his life. During the party's early years, he was the party's leading intellectual on the race question, and one of the first white members to devote significant attention to the issue. Miner was born to a distinguished but poor Texan family. Unable to attend school for most of his childhood, he entered the workforce early, using his natural artistic talents to labor as a sign painter. This talent eventually enabled him to find work as a newspaper cartoonist, and by 1911 he was the highest paid cartoonist in the country. Along the way, Miner had also turned to anarchism. Originally an SP member, around 1912 he sided with Big Bill Haywood and the other IWW supporters against the SP leadership. When World War I broke out, his employers tried to force him to draw pro-war cartoons, but Miner refused, moving to New York instead to begin drawing for the radical press. He found employment with the New York Call, the SP's New York paper, and also wrote for Max Eastman's Masses, a magazine of the radical Greenwich Village Bohemians. In 1918, he was sent to cover the war in Europe. After some adventures there, including being arrested for advising French workers to go on strike, he found himself in Russia in mid-1918. There, he interviewed Lenin and observed the new Soviet society. While generally skeptical, on anarchist grounds, within a few months he was won over to Bolshevism. When he returned to the United States, he joined the Communist Party. In the party, Miner distinguished himself by his knowledge of and devotion to the struggle against racism. Early on, Miner had rebelled against the racism of his Southern origins. While working in New York, he had become fast friends with Lovett Fort Whiteman and accompanied him on his ill-fated attempt to organize the South. When the Comintern passed its theses on the Negro question in 1922, it created a new organizational niche in the CP that Miner was well suited to fill. He became responsible for reporting on party work on the race question to the Central Executive Committee. In the party's factional battles of this period, Miner was firmly allied with Ruthenberg and Lovestone's wing of the party. Partly as a result of Miner's presence in this faction, race work in general became associated with the Ruthenberg faction. Indeed, William Z. Foster's faction was often attacked on the grounds that it accommodated itself to racism, an unfair accusation that Miner was often at the forefront of spreading. When Ruthenberg died in 1927, and J. Lovestone began his short-lived reign in the party, Miner continued as a supporter of his leadership. However, when Lovestone fell out of favor with Joseph Stalin, Miner quickly realigned his loyalties, throwing his support behind Stalin's new favorite, Foster. Over the next 2 decades, Miner would continue to be a prominent leader of the party in New York, running for state office multiple times. In the mid-1930s, he went to Spain to help organize the Abraham Lincoln Brigades. Miner would continue to be a prominent party figure until 1948, when he suffered a heart attack that removed him from political activity. The Black 10 Millions. Within the Great White City of New York is another city of 250,000 Negroes. 5 other great American cities have within each of them a black city of more than 100,000 inhabitants. The separateness of the black cities within the white is fairly complete. The Negro may freely visit the white town, and may work there the day through, but, come the end of his labor, must return, be it to sleep, to eat, or to amuse himself, to his own pale. The black man has a culture of his own, his musicians, his poets, novelists, actors, students, his bourgeoisie, his scientific men and his apostles of liberty. The black man of the city is a restless man. He wants to break down all the humiliating restrictions that confine him as a lower race, the white supremacy that loads his life down with limitations and holds him to a black belt as a prostitute is segregated. The city Negro is the articulate Negro. It is he who forms the many organizations which have the purpose of completing the emancipation of his race. And among the city Negroes it is the Negro intelligentsia which at present has the lead. Thus it is characteristic that Professor Kelly Miller, Dean of Howard University, Washington, D.C., and a noted scholar, has sent out the call which brings together in Chicago on February 11, 1924, a national conference of organizations especially concerned with Negro emancipation. It is called the Sanhedrin Conference, in memory of the ancient Jewish Racial Council at Jerusalem. The conference is sponsored by the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Equal Rights League and the African Blood Brotherhood. The Negro Sanhedrin will be a bold attempt to gather all Negro and mixed pro-Negro organizations into a united Negro front on a common program for race emancipation. If it were merely a matter of a few hundred Negro intellectuals gathering decorously to discuss ways and means of smoothing their professional careers, one need pay little attention. But back of these intellectual leaders are the black 10 millions that stir in unhappy slavery on plantations from Florida to Texas and in ill-paid labor in factory, mine, mill, and lumber camp the country over. The unrest of these is pressing the intellectuals forward to perhaps greater lengths than they as yet dream of going. No matter what mild speaking may be heard from the black prophets of today, the Negro in the vast heart of his race wants, and cannot stop with less than, complete and unqualified equality both in law and in social custom. Leaders may promise to take less, but the black race will ultimately walk over the faces of any such leaders. Slave revolts. It is a mistake to assume that the Negro was a submissive slave. Even before the American Revolution there were 25 insurrections of Negroes against slavery in the American colonies. One of the reasons given in favor of the adoption of the American Constitution in 1787 was that it made possible the formation of a national army with which to suppress the then threatened slave rebellions of Georgia and other southern states, which it was feared that no single southern state with its own army would be able to suppress. And the fears were justified. A dozen slave rebellions, large and small, occurred in the United States after the American Revolution and before the Civil War of 1861. The 19th century began with 1,000 armed slaves marching against Richmond, Virginia, led by two Negro slaves, Gabriel and Jack Bowler. 2 years later an area covering 10 counties in North Carolina was the scene of an armed insurrection of Negroes, and this was followed 3 years later by another. In the year 1811 a little army of 500 armed slaves marched against the city of New Orleans, recruiting the adult male Negro population of each plantation as it passed. The insurrection was crushed by the garrison of Fort Charles after a military engagement. 5 years later a planned slave insurrection at Fredericksburg, Virginia, was prematurely disclosed and its leaders hanged. A similar disturbance occurred in Camden, South Carolina, in that year, followed 2 years later by another at Charleston, South Carolina. In the next year, 1819, a Negro slave insurrection was attempted in Augusta, Georgia. In 1822 a widespread conspiracy for a slave insurrection was organized by that strange Negro genius, Denmark Vesey. Throughout an area of 40 or 50 miles around Charleston, South Carolina, the best of the Negroes were carefully and secretly organized by a recruiting committee. One organizer, Peter Poyes, is said to have sworn in 600 persons. The mistake was made of trusting a meek household servant, who betrayed the plot. 35 leaders of the plot were hanged, including Denmark Vesey, to whom, I swear, a monument will someday be raised in Charleston, South Carolina. 9 years later, 1831, the Negro preacher, Nat Turner, led an armed insurrection in Southampton County, Virginia, which was put down by United States troops and state militia with the loss of the lives of 100 Negroes and 60 white persons. 20 Negroes were afterward hanged. Before the year ended another rebellion began in 3 counties of North Carolina, but was betrayed by a free Negro and crushed. In Maryland there was an uprising of slaves in 1845, followed by disturbances in 1853 and in 1857. John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859 was an attempt at Negro uprising incited and led by a white man. Because it occurred at a tense political moment it has been made in our histories to overshadow the greater uprisings which were inspired, organized, and led by Negroes alone. The John Brown insurrection was comparatively and actually very small. The outstanding fact is that the American Negro has found within his own race both the genius and the daring to fight for his freedom. That the desperate and unsuccessful insurrections of the slavery days were inadequate in method and pitifully ineffective is beside the point. The Negro possesses the initiative and the courage to make his a free race. After emancipation. For 50 years after the Civil War, the Negro wandered in a fog of Republican emancipation. He was free to starve or to sell himself back to the white landlord. The white ruling class considered merely that they had been deprived of certain property, but not in the least that the Negro had attained social and political equality with white persons, as a South Carolina statute of 1865 put it. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 had, according to its own wording, not the purpose of abolishing slavery, but the purpose of breaking the economic backbone of a rival war power. The aim was not to free the Negro but to destroy $1,500,000,000 worth of property in black ivory of a belligerent enemy. The preliminary proclamation directly offered to leave slavery intact in any part of the South that would lay down its arms. The Emancipation Proclamation very carefully specified that slavery should not be abolished for the present in sections of Louisiana and Virginia not at that time in arms against the Union. The ex-slave was legally not a citizen, but a freedman, quite a different thing. He was property that had been confiscated as a means of punishment of his owners. The Negro had, in Southern eyes, been changed from a domesticated animal to an undomesticated animal. When the 14th Amendment to the Constitution was ratified in 1868, giving the rights of citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States, and when the 15th Amendment was ratified in 1870, providing that the right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States, or by any state, on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, these constitutional provisions merely refine the skill of Southern lawyers in writing laws to disfranchise and decitizenize the Negro. The emancipation of the American Negro from chattel slavery has not yet been completed. The Negro share farmer or tenant farmer is still to all intents and purposes the slave of his white landlord. The white landlord continues to take the product of the labor of the Negro, and gives in return, in almost the same manner as 75 years ago, little more than a miserable ration of food. In Turner County, Georgia, in 1913 the average annual cash income per Negro tenant farmer, usually a family, was only $2.90. The Negro tenant is kept in debt to his white exploiter, sometimes for an entire lifetime, and his running away is often forcibly prevented as long as his white overlord owns a debt interest in his body. Peonage, a close imitation of chattel slavery, is still accomplished with the device of convicting men, both black and white, nowadays, of vagrancy or idling, or sometimes for real offenses, and then leasing them out to planters, mine owners, lumber operators, or contractors for periods of months or years. The recent cases of Martin Tabor, white, who was beaten to death by a whipping boss in Florida, and the 11 Negroes who were murdered on a peonage farm in Jasper County, Georgia, are examples of a sacred institution of our country. The Negro is still not a citizen in the South. Places of public resort are divided as are the buildings of farmhouses for the white human beings and barns for the Negro animals. The railroads provide cattle cars for cattle and Negro cars for Negroes. In many parts of the South, Alabama, Florida, Negroes are kept out of public parks and playgrounds. Sometimes Jim Crow parks and playgrounds are provided. Throughout the South it is taken for granted that Negroes are not to be permitted to live in houses near the residences of the well-to-do whites. Commonly Southern towns have their red light districts and their nigger towns often jumbled together for the sake of real estate convenience. Segregation is sometimes accomplished by law, as in Tulsa, Oklahoma, among many other localities, and sometimes by terrorism alone. Occasionally there has come over the white South a panic due to a fear that the Negro parent's zeal for educating his black child is raising the literacy of the Negro child above that of the poor white. But the white man is doing his best to keep the Negro behind the white. In South Carolina, where the Negro population approaches that of the whites, $10 million is spent to educate white children, while $1 million is spent for a similar number of Negro children. It is claimed that in some parts of the South when the Negro progresses too far the Negro schoolhouses are burned. They say that the Negro is not disfranchised in the South, and then they explain that he is permitted to vote whenever and to whatever extent that his vote won't win anything. Throughout the South wherever the Negro population outnumbers or dangerously approximates the white population in number, the Negro is frankly and openly excluded from the ballot to an extent sufficient to give the white man a guarantee of control. Then, in most cases, the real election takes place in the Democratic primaries, where the Negro is barred, and the formal election follows automatically. The disfranchisement of the Negro is considered basic in the political system. And the tendency to transform Negro disfranchisement into working-class disfranchisement is already apparent. 3 years ago the editor of the Birmingham News made a serious proposal that high-class Negroes, of the new Negro bourgeoisie, should be carefully selected and given the privilege of voting. The rise of the black giant. The tremors of the World War that shook the world to its foundations, did not fail to reach the Negro. To be exempted from conscription was a privilege, and the damn nigger received no privilege. 367,710 young Negro men were drafted and given military training. About 200,000 had the amazing experience of a trip to Europe and a flickering glimpse of what is called social equality, yes, even between black men and white women. The American Negro who went to France did not, when he returned, fit into the scheme of the plantation and the overseer. What is more exciting, his neck no longer fitted meekly into the lyncher's noose. The young Negroes who had had the awakening experience of the war, and associates influenced by them, began to transform the lynching into what is called a riot, that is, a two-sided fight. But it really began before the men went to France. A young Negro friend has told me of the pride and newfound security that he felt on the day of his first leave after being mobilized, when, in his new uniform, accompanied by a half-dozen of his fellow Negro soldiers, he strolled in the streets of a southern city where before then he had never been free of the uneasiness engendered by white terrorism. In 1917 Corporal Baltimore of the 24th, Negro, Infantry, then waiting at Houston, Texas, to be shipped to France, interfered with 2 policemen who were beating a Negro woman on the street. The result was not a lynching this time, but a race battle in which many were killed. The military authorities stepped in on behalf of the whites and hanged 19 of the Negro soldiers. 54 members of the 24th Infantry are now confined in Leavenworth Penitentiary. Thus, when the Negro defends himself, the law steps in to complete the thwarted lynching. From March 1919, when a white man attempted to exercise his privilege of slapping a nigger woman on a Birmingham streetcar and was killed for it by a Negro man, there has been a long series of incidents called race riots in Charleston, SC, Chicago, Ills, Elaine, Arkansas, Knoxville, Tennessee, Longview, Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, Washington, D.C., Duluth, Minnesota, Independence, Kansas, Ocoee, Florida, Springfield, Ohio, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Nearly all of these incidents would a few years ago have taken the form of a simple, respectable lynching of a Negro without disorder. But with what the Negroes call their new attitude, practically all of these incidents now take the form of terrific two-sided fights in which the Negroes in resisting lynching take white life for black life. As reported in the New York Age, Negro. The colored people of the District of Columbia have shown what a people can do when assailed on all hands by mob fury and deserted by the police power of the district and by the federal government, both of which to all intents and purposes through their organized influence against the colored people, the victims of the fury of the mob. Disorganized as they were, and without leadership, when the rioting was started Saturday night and continuing through Sunday and Sunday night, without any effective interference on the part of the police, colored people were prepared on Monday to defend themselves, after a fashion, and began to do so with a grim determination to exact a life for a life. They entered into the strife with more determination than the whites who started it, and they stuck to the job all week like heroes of many battles. The Great Migration. But mobilization in the army was not the biggest means with which the World War wrought its changes in the life of the Negro. Just at the moment when the northern manufacturers began to book huge orders for war supplies, the war shut off the customary source of American industrial labor, European immigration. Northern manufacturers began to dip into the great stagnant pool of the South for black labor power. At first the white South was glad to see the Negro go, but soon began to change its mind and to try to stem the tide. At the end of hostilities and of war manufacture, it is estimated 250,000 Southern Negroes remained in the North, charmed by the comparative freedom and better living standards into forgetfulness of Dixie. With the first industrial slump, the Cleveland Chamber of Commerce, for instance, became worried about the 20,000 new Negroes in the city, and considered ways and means to get rid of them, until business revived and made them useful. The Negro population of Detroit rose from about 5,700 in 1910 to about 53,000 in 1923. The Black Foreigner, Part I. Afraid that immigrant labor would bring the revolutionary fever of Europe to our shores, Congress passed the severely restrictive immigration law. At the same time began the after-war industrial revival demanding cheap immigrant labor. The Southern Negro became the immigrant laborer. The rumor of high wages and human treatment that had once gathered the millions of Eastern and Southern Europe now swept the black South of the United States. It is recorded that one Negro church at Lone Oak, Georgia, lost 98 members between a Saturday evening and Sunday morning. 478,700 are said to have migrated in 1 year. The total of the Great Migration is roughly estimated at 1 million. Georgian agriculture is said to have suffered $25,000 of damage in 1923 through the loss of its black peons. Other southern states had similar experiences. The result of the migration was called by many writers a revolution. It is said that the South will be forced now to discard its primitive economic processes and to machinize itself. And northern industry is also profoundly affected by the introduction of the new and dark-faced immigrant labor. But most of all the Negro is affected. James Weldon Johnson, Secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, is quoted as declaring the Great Migration to be the greatest single factor in the 20th century emancipation of the race. Whatever the objective reasons, the Negro has his own subjective reasons for no longer wishing he was in Dixie, and he states them as mob violence, inferior schools, low wages, inequality of law enforcement. Let no one imagine, however, that the Negro escapes discrimination when he escapes from the South. As fast as the Negro becomes a large factor in the northern cities and industrial centers, most of the persecutions, petty and large, especially lynching and segregation, follow at his heels. American capitalism cannot accept race equality. In fact, race discrimination appears to be increasing with the bourgeois development. Racial residential segregation is as rigid in the big northern cities as in those of the South and seems to be in process of extension to the Jews. Advertisements for apartments to let often carry the proviso, for Gentiles, meaning that Jews are excluded as well as Negroes, whose exclusion is taken for granted. Race discrimination is on the upgrade, not the downgrade, in these mad days of capitalist decay. Originally published in The Liberator, February 1924, 7-9. The Black 10 Millions, Part 2. What does the Negro in America require in order to escape his condition as an oppressed race? He requires abolition of restrictions upon his right of residence, that is, abolition of black belt segregation. Abolition of distinction between colored and white children in the schools, which distinction, with segregation, results not only in perpetuating race hatred, but also in the starvation of Negro schools. Equal right to vote in the South. The organization of millions of unorganized Negro wage laborers in industry, in the same unions with white workers. The organization of the Negro tenant farmers and share farmers of the South to fight against peonage and other terrible hardships. Abolition of laws in the southern states which put the Negro on a subhuman plane, such as the laws against intermarriage. Abolition of the Jim Crow system on the railroads, in the parks, theaters, hotels, restaurants, and other public conveniences. Drastic measures against lynching. Drastic measures against the Ku Klux Klan. Organized solidarity with the other groups of his oppressed race in other countries for common relief. The Negro Sanhedrin. How did the Negro fare in the supposedly great gathering of all Negro organizations, the Negro Sanhedrin Conference just closed in Chicago? All of the above questions were placed before the conference. The outcome of each was as follows. When it came to the question of housing, it became evident that the Sanhedrin Conference was heavily dominated by Negro businessmen. These men are theoretically in favor of the emancipation of their race. And they talk eloquently to this effect. But when Negro working people among the delegates, through a delegate representing the Workers' Party, offered a resolution calling for legislation by which the Black Belt residence district could be broken up and landlords compelled to rent living quarters at a fixed rental to the first comer regardless of color and independently of the landlord's will, this measure was killed because the Negro real estate men make enormous profits by confining the Negro tenant to a given district and charging him from 20% more to twice as much as is paid for similar residence by white persons. The Negro had to give up that demand in deference to the Negro real estate men. When approximately the same working class elements supported a measure demanding the abolition of separate schools for white and colored children, on the ground that such separation is but the preparation for a future life of segregation, a Negro school teacher from Virginia arose and protested excitedly against committing the Sanhedrin to such a measure. The very evident and scarcely concealed reason was that he was doing very well in a good job. Since he profited by segregation of the Negro race in schools, the Negro must remain segregated. The Sanhedrin Conference was slightly besprinkled with Negro employment agents connected with the white chambers of commerce. So the Sanhedrin flatly and cold-bloodedly rejected the proposal to organize the millions of Negro industrial workers and confine their expression to a mild and meaningless phrase about equality in the labor unions for such Negro wage workers as are already organized. When it came to the question of treating the Negro as a human being before the law in the most intimate phase of life, the phase of marriage of course, everyone agreed that the black and the white race have always mixed and are now mixing, and that laws against intermarriage are merely laws protecting the Southern white man in illicit sexual practices. But when the working class delegates, through the Workers' Party delegation, offered a motion demanding the abolition of the laws against intermarriage, it turned out that so many of the gentlemen and ladies present had to cater to the goodwill of white philanthropists that the Sanhedrin Conference had to give up any idea of demanding equality in law respecting marriage. Every suggestion of organizing the millions of black tenant farmers and share farmers who live in virtual peonage in the South was too offensive to the well-dressed businessmen and women, so the plan to organize the Negro tenant and share farmers had to be dropped in favor of a meaningless phrase. A vigorous resolution for organized protection against the Ku Klux Klan, introduced by the working class, African Blood Brotherhood, was coldly rejected. In short, nearly every measure that the black 10 millions require ran headlong into one vested interest or another of the Negro bourgeoisie, and expired, leaving this all-race conference of American Negroes on record practically for the preservation of the present condition of the Negro. Why? Because in this conference the Negro businessman and society lady undertook to be the spokesman of their people. And the black 10 millions have, to a certain extent, consented to let them be the spokesman. The Negro in America is more or less proud of his bourgeoisie, or thinks he has been trained to think, and he is now being propagandized to think that to have a class of prosperous, well-dressed, limousine-riding members of his race, is somehow to get out of the wilderness of oppression. The outcome of this conference ought to be a flash of light to the toiling, suffering black millions. The Negro bourgeoisie is allied, hopelessly tied up with the white bourgeoisie. The white bourgeoisie ruled the Sanhedrin Conference through its allies, the Negro bourgeoisie. In referring to the Negro bourgeoisie, however, it must be remembered that it is, correctly speaking, a petty bourgeoisie, subject to wavering between the capitalist and working classes, as was shown by the strong response to speeches of the African Blood Brotherhood and Workers' Party delegates. Mass organization. But there is much more to the Negro movement than appeared at this gathering. The great, silent millions who had so few champions there, have not been left untouched by the World War. The stirring of the Black Waters in 1917 started a new spring to flowing, the spring of mass organization. Many important Negro organizations exist and have existed for a long time. But none of them were mass organizations. The close of the war period brought a new phenomenon: hundreds of thousands closely organized on a program of militant activity for race emancipation. The new phenomenon took place under the fantastic leadership of Marcus Garvey. The biggest and most remarkable of all Negro organizations, the followers of Marcus Garvey, refused to be represented in the Sanhedrin. This is much to be regretted. One may laugh at this self-styled Emperor of Africa and point out the hollowness of his program to redeem the ancient kingdom of Ethiopia by reconquering Africa for the Negro. Garvey may be what his critics call him, a windbag and self-seeker. But that does not close the question, for this writer. For the fact remains that Garvey organized 400,000 Negroes, the first compact mass organization of the race ever formed in the world. 7 years ago this lone Negro landed in the United States from Jamaica, to proselytize for the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which he had formed in Jamaica in 1914. There is a curious prejudice between Jamaica Negroes and American Negroes. Yet Garvey in 5 years destroyed the tradition that the American Negro masses cannot be organized. He organized nearly 500,000 active, dues-paying members, he claimed 4 million members, on a basis of militant race consciousness. Race consciousness in a dominant race takes the form of race arrogance, and we are accustomed to despise it as reactionary, which it is. But race consciousness in a people just emerged from slavery and still spurned as an inferior people may be, and in this case is, revolutionary. True, Garvey is a Bolshevik Bader. True, he might be called a monarchist since he set himself up as the Negro king. He may yet be an instrument of the worst reaction and of ruin to his people, as indicated by his advice to them not to oppose the Ku Klux Klan, and by his recent concession to white supremacy. But Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association is a mass organization of 400,000 race-conscious Negroes, brought together on the basis of determination to throw off the remaining traces of slavery. Such a phenomenon cannot occur without revolutionary effect, no matter what its declaration of aims may be. Garvey's organization fiercely proclaims itself to be a submissive, docile, anti-Bolshevik, reactionary organization. It tries to be. But look over the spontaneous, classic cry of the Black Spartacus that rings through its 54 articles of faith adopted in its 1920 convention. 2. That we believe in the supreme authority of our race in all things racial, that all things are created and given to man as a common possession, that there should be an equitable distribution and apportionment of all such things, and in consideration of the fact that as a race we are now deprived of those things that are morally and legally ours, we believed it right that all such things should be acquired and held by whatsoever means possible. 7. We believe that any law or practice that tends to deprive any African of his land or the privileges of free citizenship within his country is unjust and immoral, and no native should respect any such law or practice. 8. There should be no obligation on the part of the Negro to obey the levy of a tax by any lawmaking body from which he is excluded and denied representation on account of his race and color. 9. We believe that any law especially directed against the Negro to his detriment and singling him out because of his race or color is unfair and immoral, and should not be respected. 12. We believe that the Negro should adopt every means to protect himself against barbarous practices inflicted upon him because of color. 16. We believe all men should live in peace one with the other, but when races and nations provoke the ire of other races and nations by attempting to infringe upon their rights, war becomes inevitable, and the attempt in any way to free oneself or protect one's rights or heritage becomes justifiable. 17. Whereas, the lynching, by burning, hanging or any other means, of human beings is a barbarous practice, and a shame and disgrace to civilization, we therefore declare any country guilty of such atrocities outside the pale of civilization. 38. We demand complete control of our social institutions without interference by any alien race or races. 45. Be it further resolved that we as a race of people declare the League of Nations null and void as far as the Negro is concerned, in that it seeks to deprive Negroes of their liberty. 47. We declare that no Negro shall engage himself in battle for any alien race without first obtaining the consent of the leader of the Negro people of the world, except in a matter of national self-defense. Which way? On what road lies the Negro's way to freedom? Can the Negro obtain free admission into the white bourgeois class, while a society of class superiority and class inferiority continues to exist? Of course it is theoretically possible that with the retention of an upper and a lower class, the more prosperous Negro might be admitted to the upper class. But in hard reality, 1. Those Negroes who in spite of all handicaps accumulate property, are not admitted to terms of equality with the white bourgeoisie. 2. In the struggle, inevitable and now going on, between the capitalist class and the working class, the capitalist class never fails to stimulate and use every possible race prejudice, one of its chief means of dividing the adversary class. Never a strike occurs in a big industry employing several nationalities of labor, but the employers strain every device for awakening jealousies and suspicions between the nationalities. The basic industries of America habitually and systematically choose several nationalities for employment in each plant, thus to prevent cohesion. The flames of race hatred between the blacks and the whites can be made to burn to ashes any labor solidarity when the employer's provocateur sets the match. This has been proven again and again with wearying repetition, in the Great Steel Strike, the packing house strikes, railroad shopmen's strike and countless others. The capitalist class cannot forego the powerful weapon of race division in its sharp struggle to divide and conquer labor. Those who would retain the division of society into an upper and a lower class, must and will retain race prejudice and the present white supremacy as sacred American institutions. Taking the facts as they are, in a class society the Negro will inevitably be used as bait for race hatred in the waters of class conflict. The Republican Party goes over to white supremacy. The old, sentimental tradition to the effect that the Republican Party seeks the freedom of the Negro is being exploded. Since 1875 the tradition has been a lie. Since the World War it has become a farce. Capitalist interests have depended upon using alternately the Republican and Democratic parties. In those seasons when circumstances compelled their backing the Republican Party, they found it embarrassing that the solid white South voted always and automatically the Democratic ticket. With the Republican Party black, there was no two-party system in the South. Yet the South is fixed in white supremacy. To be able to swing the South at will either to the Republican Party or to the Democratic Party, the capitalist interests had to make the Republican Party acceptable to the Southern white man. To get the white vote, the semi-disfranchised and therefore half-useless Negro has to be disowned. So we see the Republican Party in a lily-white movement in Virginia, Georgia and Maryland, notably, and in other southern states to a less degree. In Virginia the leading Republican politicians have declared in principle against the holding of office by Negroes, but generously granting that the Negro should still have the right to vote for white candidates. In Louisville, Kentucky, the Republican political leaders adopted the practice of excluding Negroes from Republican nomination, and the Negroes retaliated by putting up an all-Negro ticket for municipal offices. In October, 1921, President Harding tried to draw the white supremacy vote toward the Republican Party. He made a speech attuned to white supremacy. With a little carefully applied salve for the Negroes along the conventional lines of ambiguity, Harding committed himself and his party as uncompromisingly against every suggestion of social equality which, as far as it means anything, means every form of right that anyone may want to deprive the Negro of. To rid the Republican Party of the black stigma to Southern white eyes, he even suggested that the voteless Alabama Negro ought sometimes to vote for Democratic candidates. And Mr. Coolidge in his turn appointed Slamp, whom the Negroes call Lily White Slamp, to be his secretary for Southern vote-catching. The Negro started his American career in the class of hewers of wood and drawers of water. He is there now. It is to the interest of the ruling class to keep him there, and at the same time to keep him divided from the other hewers of wood and drawers of water, the white working class, by fanning the flames of race prejudice. It is to the interest of all hewers of wood and drawers of water, white and black, to overcome race prejudice and to come together. The Negro's fate in America lies in the labor movement, and there it is bound up with the exponents of the New Order, the radicals, those who are fighting against the skilled labor caste system and broadening the labor movement out to the vast millions equally. But the Negro's fate is a political question. Again we say the Negro cannot free himself from lower class status, nor from the race hatreds utilized to preserve the class system, until he helps to overthrow the class system. To get out of the exploited class, the Negro must abolish the exploited class. Where are the Negro's allies? To discover the forces that are ready to join hands with the Negro for his emancipation, for his equality without reservation or evasion, it would be well to compare the utterances of the American Negro bourgeoisie and intellectuals with the utterances of the Communist International. The last Congress of the Communist International adopted a drastic program for the solution of the Negro's problem, both in America and internationally, and the following are extracts from its decisions. 3. It is with intense pride that the Communist International sees the exploited Negro workers resist the attacks of the exploiter, for the enemy of his race and the enemy of the white workers is one and the same: capitalism and imperialism. The international struggle of the Negro race is a struggle against capitalism and imperialism. It is on the basis of this struggle that the World Negro Movement must be organized. In America, as the center of Negro culture and the crystallization of Negro protest; in Africa, the reservoir of human labor for the further development of capitalism; in Central America, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Colombia, Nicaragua, and other independent republics, where American imperialism dominates; in Puerto Rico, Haiti, Santo Domingo, and other islands washed by the waters of the Caribbean, where the brutal treatment of our black fellow men by the American occupation has aroused the protest of the conscious Negro and the revolutionary white workers everywhere; in South Africa and the Congo, where the growing industrialization of the Negro population has resulted in various forms of uprisings; in East Africa, where the recent penetration of world capital is stirring the native populations into an active opposition to imperialism. In all these centers the Negro movement must be organized. 6. 1. The Fourth Congress recognizes the necessity of supporting every form of Negro movement which tends to undermine or weaken capitalism or imperialism or to impede its further penetration. 2. The Communist International will fight for race equality of the Negro with the white people, as well as for equal wages and political and social rights. 3. The Communist International will use every instrument within its control to compel the trade unions to admit Negro workers to membership or, where the nominal right to join exists, to agitate for a special campaign to draw them into the unions. Failing in this, it will organize the Negroes into unions of their own and specially apply the united front tactic to compel admission to the unions of the white men. 4. The Communist International will take immediate steps to hold a general Negro conference or Congress in Moscow. Lovett Fort Whiteman. Introduction. Lovett Fort Whiteman, 1894–1939, was one of the most important early black American communists. Fort Whiteman joined the Communist Party soon after its founding, rapidly becoming the chief organizer of its work among African Americans. After spending time in the USSR at Comintern schools, Fort Whiteman returned to the United States to launch a new communist organization dedicated to black struggle. In 1930, having fallen out of favor with the CP leadership, Fort Whiteman moved back to Moscow, working as a Comintern functionary. In the late 1930s, he fell victim to Stalin's purges and died in a labor camp at age 44. Fort Whiteman was born in Dallas, Texas, to a family on its way into the middle class. Both Lovett and his sister attended the Tuskegee Institute, and Lovett entered medical school soon after. The profession wasn't for him, however, and he soon moved to New York to become an actor. When the stage didn't provide a remunerative career, Fort Whiteman left for Mexico. Soon after he arrived in southern Mexico, the Mexican Revolution began. This would prove the impetus to Fort Whiteman's radicalization, and he was quickly swept up in the struggles that accompanied the revolution's progress. Fort Whiteman joined a Mexican syndicalist union, and became a socialist. In 1917 he moved back to New York, and joined the Socialist Party. He began writing for The Messenger and took classes at the SP's Rand School of Social Science. When, in 1919, the left wing of the SP formed to push the party to affiliate with the Comintern, he joined it immediately. As the party fractured along factional lines, Fort Whiteman headed south to organize black workers in Dixie. His sojourn south was abruptly ended, however, when he was arrested in St. Louis for giving an agitational speech authorities claimed violated the Espionage Act. Fort Whiteman spent the next several months in jail. While little is known of the years immediately following his arrest, by 1924 Fort Whiteman had emerged as a leading member of the Communist Party. He wrote on the race question in the Daily Worker and in June, traveled to Moscow as a delegate to the Fifth Congress of the Comintern. After the Congress, he stayed in the USSR, attending the University of Toilers of the East, a special training school for communists from oppressed countries. By 1925, he was back in the United States, this time operating out of Chicago. There, he became known for his habit of strolling through the streets of a Chicago winter wearing knee-high boots and a long-belted shirt from Russia. Fort Whiteman's work for the party now centered on two objectives: recruiting more black students for the University of Toilers of the East, and building a new party organization for black workers, the American Negro Labor Congress, ANLC. In the first capacity, he was quite successful. Future prominent black communists, such as Otto Hall and Harry Haywood, were recruited to study in Moscow by Fort Whiteman. The latter enterprise would prove more difficult. As head of the ANLC, Fort Whiteman was in charge of the CP's main initiative in organizing black workers. The ANLC, however, faced stiff opposition from multiple fronts. The AFL denounced it as a communist plot, declaring black workers had a home in its unions, even as the vast majority of those unions discriminated against black workers in any number of ways. The Messenger, which had accommodated itself to the AFL's racist practices as it moved to the right in the early 1920s, was similarly hostile to the new body. Despite this, black newspapers were cautiously optimistic about the new labor body, forthright as it was in its commitment to racial equality. Ultimately, however, Fort Whiteman failed in what was probably an impossible task: building a revolutionary labor organization of black workers in the 1920s. In particular, the ANLC never established any presence in the South. This fact in particular would prove Fort Whiteman's undoing, as in 1927 he was fired from his position at the ANLC for failing to organize the South. Disheartened and demoralized, Fort Whiteman moved back to Moscow to enroll at Moscow University to study anthropology and work as a Comintern functionary. Unfortunately, in the mid-1930s, Fort Whiteman became caught up in the Stalinist purges then sweeping the USSR. Increasingly disillusioned with the world communist movement's commitment to black liberation, he became vocally critical of how the Comintern was handling black American guests. A fellow black American communist, William Patterson, overheard Fort Whiteman's complaints and pronounced them counter-revolutionary. Fort Whiteman was accused of Trotskyism, a death sentence in the USSR at that time, and sent to a labor camp, where he would die in 1939. The Negro in politics. Today the Negro masses are yet in the clutches of the unscrupulous politician of both races. From year to year he votes on the simple faith that the goodness in character of the candidate is sufficient force to improve his social conditions. There is something pathetic in the childlike way the Negro voter looks at politics. The entire race is without any political ideals. Its professional politicians are solely interested in politics only insofar as they may derive graft and lucrative jobs. The platform or program of a candidate is never considered, but for the extent of his power to purchase votes. Nevertheless, there are manifest here and there among the younger men and women against this condition. They make up as yet the few who are able to understand that politics is but a reflection of economic conditions, that government today is but an instrument in the hands of the rich or capitalist class, and that its laws and policies are evolved primarily in the interest of its class. The Negro who advocates among his people the necessity of breaking away from the old line parties faces much opposition from the present set of Negro leaders. A simple explanation of this opposition is that the majority of recognized Negro leaders in some way or other live on the bounty of the white capitalist class. Most Negro higher schools and colleges are supported by the contributions of white philanthropists, also his Y.M.C.As and a number of other institutions of an ethical or nondescript character. The Negro heads of these institutions are the accepted leaders of the race. They dare not support labor unionism among Negroes, they dare not advocate other than a capitalist ticket in politics. The Negro leader has sold out the manhood of the race. Yet slowly but surely we of the working class are coming to see that the Negro cannot be a man and a beggar at the same time. Originally published in the Daily Worker, January 13, 1924, Saturday Supplement. The Negro and American Race Prejudice. The student of social problems may easily discover, after but little investigation, that race prejudice, almost all cases, has its roots in some form of economic or industrial competition. Race prejudice is not something inherited transmitted through the blood from one individual to another. Thus, despite the fact that probably most persons believe such to be the case, one may see in any place in the South, black and white children playing together, even in sections where the greatest degree of animosity exists between the races. Nor is the Negro regarded in any of the European countries as a peculiar object of hatred or prejudice such as in the United States. No social bitterness greeted the Negro at his advent on American shores from Africa. His enslavement was a matter simply of meeting the need of a labor supply in the colonies. Further, it is a well-known fact that there was much intermixing of white women and male Negro slaves before slavery became a definite and recognized institution in the country, that is before the greater value of the Negro as a slave was appreciated. With the growth of the tobacco and cotton interests, there was an ever-increasing legislation restricting and defining the social status of the Negro. And the ruling or slave-owning class, in order to give its position some sort of moral justification, claimed that slavery brought the Negro in touch with civilization, a higher plane of existence. This slave-owning class, controlling the and sick Christianity and elevated him to the agencies of public opinion, preached the inherent inferiority of the Negro. It should be easy to understand that a public opinion wholly shaped by a slave-owning class, the belief of the inherent inferiority of the Negro and his social unfitness, after a time, became thoroughly established, and part and parcel of the American social consciousness. Even after the emancipation of the Negro from chattel slavery, it has remained to the interest of an exploiting class, to maintain a popular opinion of the social inferiority of the Negro. Today, the lords of industry, through a servile press, the school, the church, and other agencies of public opinion, are able to keep the ranks of the working class divided on sentiment of race differences. Some of the unions bar Negroes from membership. And this is greatly to the interest of the capitalist class. This permits of a sort of a reserve army of Negro workers that may be employed to break strikes. And to enumerate the most outstanding manifestations of this sickly sentiment of American race prejudice as it affects the Negro, as follows: in the South, the latter is compelled to ride in rear seats in streetcars, he is politically disfranchised, lynched, and burned at the stake, and in the North as well suffers industrial discrimination, residential segregation, and often denial of public accommodation. There may be such a thing as one race having a natural antipathy for another, but this does not imply hostility. Strife between races is based on some economic condition. And a struggle for economic and industrial advantages reflects itself in mutual hatred and groundless prejudice. The Negro worker is unorganized and everything possible is done to keep him thus. We even find such organizations among Negroes as the Urban League, which is maintained by the capitalist class, and which functions as a nationwide labor agency, supplying the northern industries with raw cheap Negro labor from the South. And this has been a leading circumstance in the development of race riots in our northern cities. When unionized white labor finds itself confronted in the labor market with the Negro who is willing to do the same work for much less money, the natural reaction is one of hostility toward the Negro. and the willingness of the Negro to work for less money than the white man is rather a necessity, as has been shown. Bitterness between the Negro and the white man in America is stimulated and promoted by the capitalist class, who necessarily resort to such a method in order to split the ranks of the working class as a whole and to thus better effect its exploitation. It is simply a case of divide and rule. But the practice having become deep-seated in our social organism, it has colored the social mind, and the unthinking person regards prejudice against the Negro as a natural inheritable mental condition. Yet this principle in the art of subjecting one race or class to another is a worldwide practice and as old as the institution of private property. When England entered India, she found the caste system, which had been created by a previous conquering race, yet at the time was in a state of rapid dissolution. It has been of paramount advantage to England to keep this social system alive, thus rendering joint action against her rule impossible. In the British West Indies, she establishes a social cleavage between the mulatto and the pure-blooded Negro. But in Ireland, where there is but one race, she resorts to the religious sentiment. Protestants and Catholics are inspired to hate one another and even abetted to a state of civil war. The working class in America shall succeed only after the workers have laid aside all racial bitterness and shall have recognized the fact that class interest far transcends race interest, that as long as the workers fight among themselves and remain disunited, just so long will they be exploited, robbed, and plundered by the employing class. The Negro in America. Today there are more than 12 millions of Negro people in the United States of North America. This does not include the Negro people of the Virgin Islands, which islands were purchased from Denmark by the American government during the war. The population of these islands is several 100,000, and almost wholly Negro. Prior to the World War, there were not quite 2 million Negroes in the North, but a small percentage of them engaged in the basic industries. The bulk of the race was in the South, as it is today. But with the outbreak of the war in 1914, and the expansion of northern industries, a tremendous wave of Negro migration set in from the southern states to the cities of the North. This unprecedented wave of Negro migration was inspired primarily by the attraction of higher wages which could be obtained in the northern industries. But even following the close of the war, when the industries had contracted, the warmer seasons of the year have always brought an influx of Negroes from the south into our northern centers. The coming of the Negro into the northern industries has been responsible for much friction between the white and black workers. The Negro militant, being wholly unorganized and finding conditions much better than in his southern home, thought much inferior to those of the northern white worker, at once becomes a tool in the hands of the employing class to beat back the resistance of organized white workers. The latter, clearly conscious of the tendency of a reduction of his standard of living, because of the presence of the Negro, evinces his resentment through physical attacks on the Negro. The series of bloody race riots which have occurred during recent years are basically the result of this conflict of the white and black worker in the labor market. But, of course, this real and fundamental cause is seldom apparent, for the masses of American white workers are so permeated with the virus of race hatred as a result of their bourgeois ideology, that often the most minor provocation of a race riot is interpreted as the real cause. This race hatred between blacks and whites in America has its origin and growth in the political forms and methods employed by the ruling class to safeguard and promote its economic class interest. This race hatred on the part of the white masses extends to all classes of the Negro race. A member of the Negro petty bourgeois could no more get accommodation in a first-class hotel, cafe, restaurant, or purchase a first-class ticket in a theater than the most ordinary Negro worker. In the southern states, there are separate schools for all Negroes, separate and inferior accommodation for Negroes on tramways and railways, and enforced by state laws. The Negro being of a pronouncedly different race and color, his complexion becomes a sort of natural badge by which is at once recognized as historically of the most oppressed and exploited group in American society. All Negroes of whatever class are subject to lynching, Jim Crowism, mob violence, segregation, political disfranchisement in the southern states, etc. And all Negroes are interested and lend support to societies and associations endeavoring to effect the eradication of these particular social evils. Any projected communist work among American Negroes must take as a concrete basis the general social grievances of the race. The slow growth of Marxism among Negroes has been wholly due to the inability of both the Social Democrats and the Communists to approach the Negro on his own mental grounds, and to interpret his peculiar social situation in terms of the class struggle. Today the American Negro has evolved his own bourgeoisie, even though as yet but petty. And more the lines sharpen in the conflict between the white and black bourgeoisies. The Negro petty bourgeoisie rallies the Negro masses to him in his struggle against the more powerful white bourgeoisie, and the Negro masses are permeated with the belief that their social degradation flows from the mere fact that they are markedly of a different race, and are not white. It is a waste of time to circulate the same communist literature among Negroes that you would among white workers, or to make the same speech before an audience of Negro workers you would before that of white workers. The Negro evinces no militant opposition towards communism, but he wants to know how it can improve his social status, what bearing does it have on the common practice of lynching, political disfranchisement, segregation, industrial discrimination, etc. The Negro is revolutionary enough in a racial sense, and it devolves upon the American Communist Party to manipulate this racial revolutionary sentiment to the advantage of the class struggle. In the southern states, the great majority of Negroes are engaged in agricultural pursuits, and at present it is encouraging to note, an agrarian movement is developing for both races. Here the American Communists can find a new field for action. The overwhelming majority of the people of the Virgin Islands are Negroes. The principal industries at the time of the purchase were the factories of bay rum. Alcohol being an ingredient of bay rum, when prohibition became established throughout the Republic of the United States, these industries were virtually destroyed. The latter being a great mainstay of the people, the standard of living has been much reduced, and among the masses there is widespread dissatisfaction with American rule. This coupled with the fact that the natives do not enjoy full rights of American citizenship. In the Negro Republic of Haiti, with a population of 2 million, since 1915 the iron heel of American imperialism has been relentless. The Haitian Constitution has been torn to threads, and everything possible is being done to crush the natural aspirations of the people to the right of self-determination. The Negro has always regarded his social problem as a world problem insofar as he has believed that all Negroes the world over have a common cause. The most successful organizations among the race at present with direct aims of improving the political and social status of the Negro are international in their outlook and program. No organization in the history of the American Negro has stirred the masses as has the Garvey movement. This is a Negro, nationalist movement, with Africa as its objective. It has been phenomenal in growth, overwhelming in its savage steadfastness of purpose. It represents a perfect embodiment of all the pent-up hatred and rebellious discontent towards American institutions. So far the communist achievements among Negroes are but slight, and this primarily because, as above stated, the communists have not recognized and accepted as a starting basis the peculiar social disabilities imposed upon the race. At present in the large cities of the North, the rapid influx of Negroes from the South has given rise to a new and acute housing problem. Negroes in America are subjected to residential segregation. Such being the case, there are limited numbers of houses available for Negroes in which to live. This condition has been taken advantage of by the landlords and their agents of both races, and the Negro tenant is compelled to pay exorbitant rent, quite out of proportion to his income. The Negro housing problem today is a live issue, and should be seized upon as one of the factors by which to arouse the Negro masses. Everywhere there is increasing discontent within the race. And the communist movement cannot afford to overlook the Negro in America, for he holds a large place in industrial life, and if left alone could constitute a tremendous weapon for reaction. Jeanette Pearl. Introduction. Extremely little is known of Jeanette Pearl. An official in the early Workers' Party, Pearl played a role in the development of the party's Women's Commission in 1922, and was an early advocate of the party paying more attention to issues of women's oppression. Pearl was also one of the first white party members to show substantial interest in the race question, publishing anti-racist poetry in the Liberator magazine. Her daily worker article on black women workers reflects the confluence of these commitments and also stands as one of the earliest left texts on the specific oppression of black women. A decade later, black Marxists like Claudia Jones, Marvel Cook, and Ella Baker would develop more sophisticated treatments of this question, pioneering an understanding of how different systems of oppression work together to produce unique burdens for those caught between them. Though Pearl's article is quite underdeveloped compared to these later texts, it stands out as an early intervention from the Marxist left on the specific problems confronting black working women. Further reading. Davies, Carol Boyce. Left of Karl Marx, The Political Life of Black Communist Claudia Jones. Durham, North Carolina, Duke University Press, 2007. McDuffie, Eric S. Sojourning for Freedom, Black Women, American Communism, and the Making of Black Left Feminism. Durham, North Carolina, Duke University Press, 2011. Harris, LaShawn D. Running with the Reds, African American Women and the Communist Party During the Great Depression. Journal of African American History 94, No. 1, Winter 2009 21-40. Negro Women Workers. Negro women who entered industry during the war are fast learning that their lot is still the last to be hired and the first to be fired. According to a report just issued by the Women's Bureau at Washington on the Negro women in industry, a great number of Negro women are being eliminated from industry and those remaining are most ruthlessly exploited. Their hours of toil range all the way from 8 to 16 hours a day and sometimes longer, their pay is miserably small and the conditions under which they work are most brutal. The report covers a survey of 150 industries employing 11,860 Negro women. The purpose of the investigation was made in order to create a better understanding and greater sympathy among employers of Negro women with the aim of thereby raising the standard of living. This humanitarian aspiration is strongly coupled with repeated emphasis upon the fact that a higher standard of living will yield increased production. Negro women found their opportunity in industry during the world slaughter when the need for munitions of war created a labor shortage in the labor market. The 5 chief industries that women entered were textiles, clothing, food, tobacco, and hand and footwear. The Negro women in the main filled the gap caused by the advancement of white women into newer and more skilled occupations. 32.5% of the 11,860 Negro women investigated were working 10 hours a day and over, 27.4% were working 9 hours a day, and 20.2% were working 8 hours a day. These figures do not tell all of the story. Overtime can and does follow the legal workday. Overtime is permitted as much as desired. The report tells how workers boast of their thriftiness in beginning work, before hours, after hours, and working during lunch hour. One worker puts it, "You just can't make ends meet unless you do extra work and often you are left in a hole even at that." A typical case is cited indicating how these Negro women live for the most part. Rise at 5, cook breakfast, dress children, prepare food and attend to things about the house, report for work at 7, leave at 5:30, resume housework on returning home, frequently continuing this work until midnight, dead tired as a result. One woman worker states, "I am so tired when I reach home I can scarcely stand up. My nerves are so bad, I jump in my sleep." Another woman complains, "I'd love to go to the YWCA, but I am so tired at night, I can scarcely go to bed. If I go out at night, I go where there is lots of life and lots of fun, I'd go to sleep at a lecture or club meeting." Another case cited, "I am so worried and worn in my strength that I feel at times as if I can stand it no longer." It is not alone the need of money but the responsibility of being nurse, housekeeper, and wage earner at one time. The average pay of the Negro women in industry is about $10 a week. The minimum wage is calculated at $16.50. When it is taken into consideration that many of these women have dependents and are sometimes the sole supporters of their families, one wonders whether slavery days before the Civil War could have been much worse. The frightful conditions under which most of the Negro women work add to the horror of their wretched pay. They are often segregated because of race prejudice, given inferior and harder work, and because of their ignorance they are shamelessly cheated, false computation of wages, scales wrong, count wrong, etc. At the end of the week you never know what you are going to get, you just take what they give you and go. The report points out that there is a strong feeling among Negro women workers that they are not getting a square deal. Since the Negro women are unorganized, they accept the most outrageous conditions of employment. They are not alone discriminated against because of their color and often segregated, but they are made to work amidst conditions the United States government would not permit its hogs to live under. Herded together in terrible congestion, in filth, fetid dust-laden, poisonous air, poorly ventilated, still more poorly lighted, these women work and often have to eat in the same atmosphere. The report points out, confronted with the need for food, clothing, and shelter, and placed in an environment which was unhealthful and sometimes even degrading, they were seen to have lost themselves in the struggle for bare existence. The treatment accorded most of these workers is well expressed in the words of one of the managers: "They are terribly indolent, careless, and stubborn, but we know how to handle them. We give them rough treatment and that quells them for a while." Yet another manager observes, "You never saw a group of people so responsive to kindness." In the main, these women are conscious of their industrial experience and showed timidity, which was a drawback in acquiring assurance and speed so necessary in factory production. Their patient trust and belief in the better day that should come to them as workers is pathetic. The report points out that bad working conditions and long hours are a serious menace to the state, that the prosperity of a nation is endangered when its workers are being crippled with exhaustive labor. Loss of human energy, due to excessive working hours, becomes a national loss and is bound to lessen the nation's productive yield. The reporter, therefore, recommends legislation for a higher standard of living, inasmuch as a higher standard of living will produce greater efficiency in production and greater profits. The report would have self-enlightened employers and the state jointly work out an appropriate award as compensation for Negro women in the industries. It would be a sort of benevolent industrialism for greater efficiency and greater national progress for the master class. To that end is also recommended a more conscientious training for efficiency in public schools, through fostering of pride in achievement, increasing personal and family thrift, and encouraging of constancy toward a given task, would ensure that preparation for life which is the purpose of all education. Against such purposes in education must be posed the communist method of education, through labor solidarity, making for self-reliance and self-development. Not a pathetic longing for a better day, but a resolute expression in action for a better day will result from communist education. William F. Dunn. Introduction. William F. Dunn, 1887 to 1953, was a leader in the Communist Party from the 1920s until the 1940s, when he was expelled for opposing the party leadership. Born in Kansas City, Missouri, Dunn was involved in the Socialist Party and the labor movement from 1910 on. After a time as a labor organizer on the West Coast, Dunn ended up in Butte, Montana. Butte was a company town, run with an iron fist by the Anaconda Copper Mining Company. In 1917, Dunn became editor of the Butte Daily Bulletin, the newspaper of the local labor federation. In 1918, he ran for the state legislature with the slogan "All Power to the Workers and Farmers." In the legislature, he introduced a resolution condemning Anaconda as the gigantic blood-sucking corporation which has its fingers on the throats of practically every man, woman, and child in the state of Montana, and which has accumulated millions of dollars while our boys tendered their lives and sacrificed their all on the blood-soaked fields of Europe. In 1920, Anaconda managed to unseat Dunn through election fraud. Dunn was a founding member of the Communist Party in 1919. In the party, he and his three brothers allied with the faction led by William Z. Foster and James P. Cannon. While in the party, he continued working as a union organizer, working with Foster's Trade Union Education League. In the late 1920s, he helped organize solidarity with the massive Gastonia textile mill strike, and after the Great Depression began, he organized some of the early unemployed councils. In the early 1930s, he spent some time working in the Soviet Union. As the CP began its Popular Front policy and began looking to an alliance with liberal politicians and union leaders, Dunn became a vocal critic of the CP leadership. During World War II, he worked as a seaman in the Caribbean. When he returned home after the war, Dunn renewed his struggle against the party leadership. He was expelled in 1946. Though he made some effort to form a new organization with other CP members similarly expelled, this project was unsuccessful, and Dunn died in 1953. Dunn's two-part article on Negroes in American industry was written while he was a member of the Foster Cannon faction in the Communist Party. Though the Foster Cannon faction had the bulk of the party's union leaders, it was quite weak on the race question. Supporters of the faction led by Charles Ruthenberg and J. Lovestone, like Robert Minor, had a far surer grasp of black history and contemporary black politics. Nonetheless, the article displays considerable insight into the changing place of black workers in the American economy, as well as a keen political understanding of the necessity of fighting racism in the union movement. To be sure, the article at times understates the extent of hostility between black and white workers at the time, attributing white workers' racism solely to capitalist manipulation. Yet what stands out about the piece is its clear understanding of the barriers that prevented the mass organization of black workers into unions. Dunn notes that black suspicion of both whites in general and labor unions specifically was quite justified, and that white communist unionists needed to prove themselves to black workers by being the most dedicated foes of racism in the labor movement. Even before the adoption of the Black Belt thesis, it was widely appreciated throughout the CP that a special dedication to the fight against black oppression was necessary. Further reading. Dunn, William F. The Struggle Against Opportunism in the Labor Movement for a Socialist United States, a Contribution to the Discussion of Major Problems of Marxism-Leninism in Our Country. New York, New York Continuations Committee, 1947. Palmer, Brian D. James P. Cannon and the Origins of the American Revolutionary Left, 1890-1928. Champaign, University of Illinois Press, 2007. Wetzel, Kurt. The Defeat of Bill Dunn, An Episode in the Montana Red Scare. Pacific Northwest Quarterly 64, No. 1, 1973 12-20. Negroes in American Industry, Part I. As I look back over the years, I can see that we were probably poor white trash. We lived on Minnesota Avenue, and Joey, a little Negro boy whose last name I do not remember ever hearing, was my first playmate while we lived in Kansas City. Certainly we were miserably poor. That we belonged to the white race has never been disputed, and justification for the supposition that we were trash is furnished by the distinct memory of being called nigger lover by older children when Joey and I ventured onto the nearby vacant lot whose garbage piles furnished an inexhaustible store of treasure for the younger set of the neighborhood. I remember the epithet held no opprobrious meaning for me, but nonetheless I resented it just as an Irishman, an Englishman, or a Swede resents being classified nationally in a certain tone of voice. My attempts to revenge what was evidently, for reasons not understood by me, intended for an insult were not singularly successful. Joey was too good-natured to be much value as an ally, and the conflicts were generally in the nature of rearguard actions ending in the retreat of the three of us, Joey, myself and Rover, one of the nondescript dogs with which Kansas City abounded and which Joey and I had adopted, to the fastnesses of the kitchen of one of our mothers. Our houses were side by side, or to the woodshed. Our mothers were singularly uninformed as to the reasons for our troubles and unbelievably unsympathetic, particularly towards Rover. Our fathers we saw but seldom. They worked in the armor packing house and were on their way to work before Joey and I arose in the mornings. They went to bed at an early hour, and so did we. We were governed by a matriarchy. Overshadowing all else as a source of danger to Joey, Rover, and me was the city dog catcher. He was the terror of the neighborhood children, who were all well supplied with unlicensed prototypes of Rover, and whatever difference existed between the races were submerged in the face of this common enemy. His advent into the district was made known by a sort of grapevine telegraph that was surprisingly efficient. Even the dogs sensed the danger, and as a rule they made no protest when hurried into woodsheds and cellars. Rover was an exception. I do not know if his mongrel heart held a sort of fearless defiance or if he was simply in rebellion against an exercise of authority, but the fact remains that Rover would howl to high heaven at the most critical moments when the enemy was in earshot. On one terrible day the grapevine failed to work and the enemy was within the gates. Joey and I adopted desperate measures. I stole a pair of mother's stockings and we lashed Rover's legs fore and aft. Joey stripped his 3-year-old sister of her sole garment, a frock fashioned on severely simple lines, and with this emergency muffler we bound Rover's jaws while she ran screaming her protest in chocolate-colored nakedness. Our mothers arrived as we were contemplating our work with justifiable pride. They lost no time debating the course to pursue. My mother seized Joey, Joey's mother grabbed me. With a loud smacking noise, black hand descended on white bottom and vice versa. Joey and I left home that day with 2 slices of bread and 3 cold fried catfish to brave a world that we felt could be no more hostile than homes ruled by mothers to whom an undressed female child was of more importance than the liberty of Rover. We were captured within 4 blocks of our domiciles, spanked again on already tender areas, and put to bed after our commissariat had been raided. You ask what the foregoing has to do with the Negro in industry, and I reply that the Negro in industry encounters a hostility from white workers that is artificial and not instinctive, that my childhood experience is that of thousands of white children who feel no hostility toward their Negro playmates until old enough to absorb the prejudices of their elders. Nothing is clearer than this in the report of the Chicago Commission on Race Relations, the most exhaustive and authoritative study of the real problem yet made in the United States, and which was begun after the 1919 race riots. The problem of the Negro in industry, as well as in American society as a whole, is a problem created by the background of chattel slavery and intimately connected with its traditions, the propagation of a whole series of falsehoods and fetishes, scientifically untenable, but which by repetition and a certain superficial plausibility, have become dogmas which to question means social ostracism in the former slave states, the historical home of chattel slavery, whose conceptions of the Negro as a social inferior who menaces white supremacy is the obscene fountain from which flows all of the poisonous streams that carry the virus of race hatred into the ranks of the American working class and labor movement. Slavery not abolished. The slave South is not dead and slavery has not been abolished. It lives in song and story, it lives in every community where there are black and white human beings, it lives in the agricultural regions of the South, it exists in the industrial feudalism of the lumber and turpentine camps of the South, it lives in the southern non-union coal fields, it lives in the columns of the capitalist press of both North and South, and the prejudice and strife among workers is fed and inflamed like a gangrenous wound by this filth that it exudes. The problem of the Negro in industry, it is really the problem of the dominant white workers. If a white working class exploited as the American working class is can be termed dominant, must be approached from 2 viewpoints, that of the Negro and that of the white worker. Both have their prejudices. Both are victims of a constant and cunning misinformation supplied them with a deliberate aim and a diabolical cleverness hard to combat. But it must never be forgotten that those who see the danger to the workers of both races, and consequently to the whole working class movement, that while the prejudices of the white workers have absolutely no foundations in fact, those of the Negro workers are, although a grave danger to working class solidarity and serious obstacles to organizing work, based upon enslavement, persecution, and torture of black by white since 1619. The Negro worker is the injured party, and because the dominant white knows he is, the changes are rung on the unprovable assumptions concerning the mental and moral inferiority of the Negro as an individual and as a race, in an attempt to justify the denial of political rights, denial of equal educational privileges, Jim Crowism, discrimination in unions, mass murder in race riots, hangings, burnings at the stake, and the rest of the long list of dantesque horror inflicted on the black race since its first representative was torn from his African home by white slave merchants. Borrowed prejudices. The opinions of the working class in all social epochs up to the immediate period preceding revolution, according to the easily demonstrable Marxian theory, are the opinions of the ruling class. This applies with the greatest force to the opinions held by whites of the Negro. The white ruling class of the South has conspired since the Civil War to deprive the Negro of every economic and political right. The rise of a Negro middle class has been fought consistently, and white workers, imbued with the prejudices of their rulers, have been only too glad to have inferiors to whom they could transmit the kicks given their own posteriors by the feudal aristocracy and the rising industrial capitalists of Dixieland. The final argument for the suppression of the Negro, with which disagreement must be accompanied by readiness to defend one's life against both white Southern workers and capitalists and the social strata lying between, takes the form of the inevitable question: would you want your sister to marry a black blankety blankety blank blank blank? This is the form into which the hatred and fear of granting equal opportunity to the Negro rationalizes itself. It is the sexual motif which lies like a thick and fetid blanket over the whole South, extending into the North as well, but as a thinner fabric in which rents are appearing, rents torn by the inexorable forces of industrial, political, and social development in the United States. Into the labor movement itself has been catapulted the monstrous fallacy, promulgated by a decadent feudalism based on complete subjection of the Negroes, that the black race individually and collectively, lusts with an ungovernable passion for the bodies of white women. This false dogma has been used and is used to excuse all overt acts against the Negro on the part of whites when all other excuses fail. The white press and pulpit, the lecture platform, the moving pictures, silly but white ego-satisfying books of the Nordic maniacs, are used to perpetuate this easy and effective means of alienating all sympathy for the Negro, even when he has been made the victim of the sadistic appetites of whole communities of maddened degenerates, as in Mississippi, January 26, 1919, where the burning of a Negro at the stake was advertised in the press for several days, the announcement of the hour at which the officers of the law would turn him over to the mob was made, and special trains were run to accommodate the curious, a desperate spectacle without parallel unless we accept the holocausts of Christians in ancient Rome. A volume could be written on this phase of the race question alone, but it is enough to say here that in other countries where there are large Negro populations, the sexual question does not arise. In the British West Indies, where the Negroes outnumber the whites 50 or 60 to 1, according to the statement of Lord Olivier, formerly Governor-General of Jamaica, no case is on record of an attack on a white woman by a Negro. This instance alone is enough to discredit the whole myth of white women as the basis of hostility to the Negro, even if there were not available the testimony of competent and unprejudiced investigators who, without significant exception, are agreed that the opposite is true. A pronounced penchant of white Southerners for Negro women, the millions of mulattoes, are alone proof of the soundness of this conclusion, and that it is extremely doubtful if a dozen of cases of attack on white women could be proved as fact in the whole horrid history of the innumerable lynchings of Negroes. So much for the justification on moral grounds of discrimination against the Negro in the labor unions and industry as a whole. Is the Negro a natural strike breaker? But the discrimination of the unions against the Negro worker is justified by the white workers on other than moral grounds in the North. He is accused of being an incurable strike breaker and therefore a willing tool of the employers. The influx of Negro workers into industry during the last decade has brought the question of his role in the labor and revolutionary movement squarely before the American working class. The expansion of American industry during the World War and the stoppage of immigration created a great demand for labor. The drafting of thousands of Southern Negroes into the Army intensified the racial antagonism south of the Mason and Dixon line, tore them loose from their feudal environment, and gave them an immensely broader outlook. Increasing persecution in the South and the demand for labor in the North brought hundreds of them into northern industrial centers and into contact and competition with white labor. Chicago, Pittsburgh, New York, Boston, Gary, Minneapolis, and St. Paul, Detroit, Cleveland, Buffalo and Toledo in the industrial East and Middle West immensely increased their Negro working class, as did cities lying halfway between North and South like St. Louis, Kansas City, and Cincinnati. Chicago is fairly typical of these industrial centers. In 62 Chicago industries comprising box making, clothing, cooperage, food products, iron and steel, tanneries, and miscellaneous manufacturing, from which statistics were secured, the number of Negro workers increased from 1,346 in 1915 to 10,587 in 1920. The number of Negro workers therefore multiplied approximately 8 times in the 5-year period. In 47 non-manufacturing industries in Chicago, employing 4,601 Negro workers in 1915, there was an increase to 8,483 in 1920, a 50% increase. In Chicago, concerns reporting the employment of 5 or more Negroes in 1920 and altogether employing 118,098 workers, the percentage of Negro workers classified generally by occupation was as follows. Paper box manufacturing, 14%. Clothing, 14%. Cooperage, 32%. Food products, 22%. Iron and steel products, iron foundries, 10%. Tanneries, 21%. Miscellaneous, lampshade manufacturing, 27%. Auto cushion manufacturing, 50%. Other industries, manufacturing, 5%. The percentage of Negro workers in non-manufacturing industries for the same year was as follows. The industries given below have always employed a larger percentage of Negroes than the industrial enterprises proper. Hotels, 53%. Laundries, 44%. Mail order merchandise houses, 8%. Railway sleeping and dining car service, 68%. Miscellaneous, public service, warehouses, taxicabs, telegraph companies, etc. 6%. A tabulation of the above percentages shows that in Chicago manufacturing industries in 1920 there was an average of 16% of the working forces who were Negroes, with the quota rising to 23% in the non-manufacturing industries. According to the figures compiled by the Chicago Committee on Race Relations, the Negro population of Chicago increased from 44,103 in 1910 to 109,594 in 1920, an approximate increase of 250%. The number of Negro workers increased from 27,000 in 1910 to about 70,000 in 1920. The increase in the percentage of Negro workers to Negro population in 1920 as compared with 1910 is undoubtedly due to the influx of Negro workers without families and consequently better able to leave the South. Migration north. Chicago is the heart of industrial America, and from these figures we can gain a good idea of the magnitude of the problem created for the Negro himself, the labor movement, and the workers, Communist Party by a social phenomenon which is well expressed in statistics showing that already in 1920 about 20% of the workers in Chicago, the greatest industrial center in America, were Negroes. The influx of Negro workers did not cease in 1920. It continued through 1921, 22, 23, and figures made public by the southern state governments show that in this period more than 500,000 Negroes took their scanty belongings and left the southern exploiters to sulk in a helpless rage. The Negro has at last found a way to avenge himself on his southern prosecutors. In 1924 the number of Negroes going no-th decreased due to the demand for agricultural labor in the South, where several million acres had reverted to jungle because of the scarcity of labor. The figures on lynching of Negroes in the South for 1924 speak volumes. They show a decrease of 50% with a total of only 19 Negroes done to death, horrible enough, but eloquent in that they show the increased safety of life and improved treatment in the drop from the 1923 total of 38 as a result of the withdrawal by the Negroes of their labor. Most of the Negroes are in the North to stay, and it is not necessary that the migration continue in a flood to bring the problem of the Negro in industry to the attention of the American working class. The iron march of historical development has already placed it on the order of business. The unions of the industrial North and of Southern states like Tennessee, North Carolina and Georgia that are rapidly becoming industrialized, can no longer shut their eyes and presume that only in isolated instances will they be called upon to make a decision. 1/5 of the American industrial workers now have black skins. They are in industry and are going to stay. Originally published in the Workers' Monthly, March 1925, 206-8, 237. Negroes in American Industry, Part 2. Two tendencies show themselves in the labor movement. One is the blind, dangerous, and senseless hatred of the Negro workers, encouraged by the unscrupulous capitalists and carried on by the camp followers of capitalism, real estate sharks, prostitute journalists, labor misleaders, and all the carrion crew that live on the offal of the system. This is the tendency that brought white and Negro workers into conflict in the Chicago race riots in 1919, in which 23 Negroes and 15 whites were killed and 537 persons of both races injured. The other tendency, manifested only by the Communist Party and the most intelligent and militant of the workers outside its ranks, is perhaps best illustrated by the white workers who gave their lives in an armed struggle to protect a Negro organizer of the Timber Workers Union from the attack of gunmen of the Great Southern Lumber Company, November 22, 1919. The heroic stand of these Southern white Union men shines like a golden star in the bloody history of 1919, the year in which the antagonism between white and colored workers, as a result of the advent of the Negro into industry, reached its climax, expressing itself in race wars, lynchings and dozens of cases of terror against Negroes. The employers have taken full advantage of the racial antagonism, if this term can be used to describe a problem that has, so far as the labor movement is concerned, an almost exclusive economic basis: the competition of the black workers with the white for the means of livelihood. That Negroes were used to break strikes in the meat packing, steel and transportation industries, that they are undoubtedly hard to organize in some of the existing unions and are in many cases prejudiced against them, complicates the situation, but it no more proves that the Negro is a natural strike breaker than the seduction of Negro women by white men proves that the whole white male race is engaged in this pastime. There are two reasons for the Negro's distrust of the labor unions, but it is yet to be proved that a much higher percentage of Negroes than white workers remain outside of labor organizations which they have an opportunity of joining. The fact that in those occupations and industries where there are functioning labor unions and where there are any considerable number of Negro workers, but little complaint of the attitude of the Negro workers is heard, is proof that Negro workers can be organized successfully. In the United Mine Workers of America there are not only hundreds of Negro coal miners but Negro organizers as well. In the Teamsters Union, the Building Laborers Union, the Longshoremen's Union, organizations that have something of a mass character, there is practically no color discrimination and none of the racial prejudice found in other unions of the purely craft type. The inescapable conclusion from the evidence is that when the Negro acquires industrial experience, is in actual competition with the organized white workers, two things happen: the white workers swallow their prejudices in the face of the need for better organization, and the Negro worker abandons his suspicion of the labor union and its objects. This brings us again to the two principal reasons for the lack of organization among the Negro workers. They are: 1. The baseless prejudice of the organized white workers caused by a. Artificially created racial antagonism, sexual jealousy fanned by the constant stream of propaganda, belief in the mental inferiority of the Negro, etc. b. The belief that the Negro worker is a natural strike breaker as a result of his use as such in strikes of longshoremen, packing house workers, steel workers, and other strikes. c. The distrust of the organized workers of any new elements in the ranks of the working class. The Negro inherits the labor union prejudice formerly displayed against the foreign-born worker. 2. The Negro workers coming into industry are peasants with the lack of organizational experience characteristic of peasants the world over, and with all the ignorant peasants' suspicion of the city worker. a. Under the very poorest conditions in industry they have better wages, better food, and better living than they have ever experienced before. they must acquire an entirely new standard of comparison before they are interested in unions. It must not be forgotten in making any estimate of the importance of the first reason given, that of the whole American working class numbering approximately 28 million, less than 4 million are organized, even though we broaden the definition of union to include many organizations that are not unions at all in the correct sense of the word. The weakness of the labor movement is an important contributing factor to the unorganized condition of Negro workers. The second reason is clearly understandable, and its primary importance is appreciated more fully when we find, according to a report of the United States Census Bureau entitled, Negro Population in the United States, 1790 to 1915, 1915 saw the beginnings of the Negro influx into industry, that of 5,192,535 Negroes in the United States in 1915, who were gainfully occupied, 2,893,674 were engaged in agriculture. In the South, in 1910, 78.8% of the Negro population lived in rural communities and 62% of all those employed were in agriculture. The peasant character of the Negro migrants is therefore clearly established, and no one who has had any experience with American farmers and workers at the time of or soon after their transplantation into industry, will be inclined to blame the Negro peasant who is in the process of becoming an industrial worker, for his lack of interest in unions. If in addition to the well-known difficulty of organizing farmers from northern states, who in bad crop years have established quite a strike-breaking record of their own, we take into account the fact that the agricultural South is comparable to the last years of a feudal society in Europe, that in the state of Mississippi, as an example, the amount until recently allotted to the public schools was but $6 per capita, we gain a larger insight into the background of the overwhelming majority of the Negroes who came into industry since 1915. It is useless to rail at workers who are the products of such an environment as this. There must be understanding and the patience which can only come from understanding. Industry itself is the chemist that compounds the antidote for the backward Negro worker, but while the harsh hand of the exploiter is forcing him to drink again and again of the bitter cup of the working class, there must be the most energetic direction of the educational and organizational methods at the disposal of the working class. Upon the white workers rests the responsibility for bringing the Negro workers into the class struggle. When the white workers rid themselves of their ruling class-inspired prejudices, when they see the Negro worker not as an enemy but as an ally, when they realize and acknowledge in tones that can be heard by the Negro workers, and by the capitalists who profit from and foment divisions of the races, that the Negro workers are necessary for the final victory over capitalism, the task of organizing the Negro workers will be found not so difficult after all. In every union the left wing must carry on a constant and fearless struggle against every manifestation of racial prejudice. The militants must be prepared to challenge the trade union bureaucracy on this issue just as they have on the general questions of policy and tactics of the labor movement, and as always the communists must take the lead. The work among the Negroes in industry must parallel the work done in the unions of white workers, but for some time it will be of a more elementary character and can only progress as the Negro workers can be shown by concrete instances that the American labor movements wants them as equals because they are workers. The Negro workers must be shown that the Workers' Communist Party is the only party that fights their class and racial struggle uncompromisingly and without counting the cost. They must be shown by actual activity that the Communists are the foe of every enemy of the Negro worker, whether he be a Negro-hating trade union official or capitalist. Like the white workers, the Negroes are victimized and misled by their middle class. There is nothing more despicable in American life than the Negro businessman, the Negro preacher and the Negro journalist who teach the men and women of their race that the way to secure concessions and recognition is by servility and meekness, by trying to outdo the white man in smug respectability. It is a matter of record that some of these traitors have sold their followers into industrial slavery by means of fake unions which were nothing but scab agencies. These two-time betrayers of the black race and betrayers of the black working class must be fought and discredited, and this will have to be done by Negro communists, revolutionary Negro workers who understand both the racial and class issues in the struggle. The Workers' Communist Party must train Negro organizers and Negro writers so that as the labor movement is forced by economic pressure to organize Negro workers, the Negro workers, acquainted by these leaders of their own race with the true role of the labor movement, can become a tower of strength to the revolutionary elements within it. A survey of those unions that have organized Negro workers affords irrefutable proof that in the unions where black and white workers discuss the ways and means of combating the tyrannies of the employers, the racial lines become so faint as to be almost invisible. The necessity for common struggle pushes into the background the question of color, and it is soon forgotten. Quite aside from the increased economic and political power of the workers that the organization of the Negro workers brings, in the unions is where white and black workers meet in the nearest approach to complete equality. In the labor unions is where the work of solving the problem of the Negro in industry gets the quickest results, and it is there that the problem will be solved as well as it can be under capitalism, while the social reformers and middle-class liberals, friends of the Negro, are lavishing wordy sympathy upon him and appealing to hidebound enemies of the Negro to allow not quite so many lynchings next year. The task that confronts the American Workers' Communist Party in organizing the Negro workers and rallying them for the daily struggle and the final overthrow of capitalism side by side with the white workers is no light one. On the contrary, it is a difficult and dangerous job. No one who does not appreciate this fact should be allowed to come within 1,000 miles of the work. It is something that cannot be expedited by undue optimism, nor can the work be furthered by magnifying to Negro comrades the mistakes of the party and exaggerating its present strength and abilities. Ill-balanced comrades who know little of the role of the Negro in American industry and less of the labor movement, comrades who appear to think that the whole problem centers around the right of the races to intermarry, whose utterances give one the impression that they believe the labor movement, as a product as it is of the historical conditions in America, is a conscious conspiracy against the Negro workers, comrades who without thought of possible consequences would have the party begin immediately the organization of dual independent Negro unions. Such comrades as these are useless in this work. There are two things necessary before we can mobilize any great number of Negro workers for our program. The first is the development of some communist Negro leadership. The second is a point of contact with the Negro masses. There are excellent prospects for securing both these fundamental necessities, and with the work already underway in the unions, the American Communist Party will be able to make steady progress in demonstrating to the Negro workers in industry and the whole American working class that it alone has a program for the working class, black and white, that strengthens it in the continual combat with the capitalists, and that will bring the working class through victorious struggle, to full exercise of its power by the proletarian dictatorship under which men and women will be judged by what they do and not by the color of their skin. Sometime this year will be held a conference of delegates from Negro working class organizations. Every effort must be made to have this conference representative of the most advanced group of Negro workers. It will be the first gathering of this kind in America and will establish a center for organizing work among the Negroes in industry. There must be established as soon as possible a communist Negro press as a vital part of the party machinery. The existing Negro press is feeble when it is not actually traitorous. The problem of the Negro in American industry has taken on an important international aspect. The colonial regions of Africa, where British, French, Belgian and Italian imperialists exploit the masses of Negro workers, are astir. As in America, the war brought the world to the masses of African Negroes. They discovered that the white tyrants had forced them to weld their own chains, that they were expected to fight and die to perpetuate their own slavery. White supremacy is no longer accepted at the valuation placed on it by the white robber class. Writing in a recent number of a semi-official publications of the British Colonial Office, a colonial bureaucrat tells of the changes taking place in the British African territories. He shows that the Negro tribes are holding tremendous semi-political gatherings at which a high degree of organizational ability is displayed. He writes of the complicated structure of Negro states destroyed by the white invader and tells of the new interest displayed by the Negro masses in the history of their states and customs before the white man came. He cites their adaptability to modern warfare and modern machinery and warns the British ruling class that new and more subtle methods must be used if the Africans are to be kept within the confines of the empire. From among the American Negroes in industry must come the leadership of their race in its struggle for freedom in the colonial countries. In spite of the denial of equal opportunity to the Negro under American capitalism, his advantages are so far superior to those of the subject colonial Negroes in the educational, political, and industrial fields that he is alone able to furnish the agitational and organizational ability that the situation demands. The American communist Negroes are the historical leaders of their comrades in Africa, and to fit them for dealing the most telling blows to world imperialism as allies of the world's working class is enough to justify all the time and energy that the Workers' Communist Party must devote to the mobilization for the revolutionary struggle of the Negro workers in American industry. The Negroes as an oppressed people. A Federated Press dispatch under date of June 10, says, lynchings of Negroes for the first 5 months of 1925, show an increase over lynchings for the corresponding period last year. 8 persons have been lynched up to June 1, 1925, while only 5 were lynched in that period last year. The emphasis on only is mine. The amount of freedom from outrages not usually perpetrated on members of the ruling race possessed by a colonial people or a national minority is a good measure of their social status. Judged by this standard, the 10 million Negroes in the United States, and particularly the overwhelming majority of the Negro population which lives in the southern states, are immeasurably lower in capitalism's social scale than the most oppressed section of the white working class, the foreign-born workers in steel, coal, copper, and textile towns where their homes are on company property. In the North, the Negroes, having acquired industrial experience in an environment which, while far from being free from racial prejudice and hatred, is nevertheless far superior to that of the semi-feudal South, are demanding and forcing treatment equal at least to that of the white workers. Labor has been moved at last to make an organization campaign among the Negro workers part of its program. But in the South, the lynching of Negroes as a community enterprise, and the murder of Negroes by whites without punishment of the offenders continue unabated. Moved by what I am willing, for lack of proof to the contrary, to call a sincere desire to shame the United States into stamping out this horrible practice and of advancing the cause of the black race, a number of Negro and white intellectuals, publicists, and middle-class elements from time to time point out that in European countries Negroes are not discriminated against either socially, politically, or economically. They never tire of recounting the equal rights enjoyed by the Negroes in La Belle France, or democratic England, or fascist Italy. If they can discover a person of Negro blood upon whom some of these countries have conferred honors, they are deliriously happy in having found further proof that the attitude of the American ruling class and its dupes in America is an arbitrary one. Such uncritical acceptance of superficial facts as evidence that the example of other capitalist nations on the Negro question is one we should follow here is proof of a monstrous ignorance of one fact: that the Negroes are oppressed as a race and not as individuals. It is not the purpose of this article to deal with the further oppression of the majority of the Negro race as workers and peasants, but to prove that whatever the Negro suffers in the United States, it differs only in degree but not in kind from the indignities inflicted on him in other spheres of capitalism, is part of the world system which decrees that certain peoples, mostly of the darker-skinned races, are the legitimate prey of the dominant white majority, wherever they are found in sufficient numbers to make suppression necessary because profitable. What is the colonial policy of America, France, Great Britain, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, and Holland but the enforcement of this decree? And what is the attitude of the white ruling class in the United States but the expression of this universal, outside of Soviet Russia, doctrine, with the changes made necessary by the historical conditions here? Every attempt to make the struggles of the Negro masses in the United States a purely national question, to isolate it from the struggles of the Negro race in all of imperialism's colonies and spheres of influence, or even to isolate it from the struggles of all the darker-skinned peoples, is to play into the hands of the ruling class. Equally true is it to say that any misunderstanding of the common interest in, or attempt to draw a line of separation between, the world proletarian revolutionary struggle and the liberation movements of the colonial peoples and racial minorities, lead straight to disaster. How otherwise well-informed and intelligent persons can have been taken in by the friendly attitude of officialdom to individual members of the dark-skinned peoples residing in this attitude genuine and indicative of a desire for racial equality is a mystery unless we realize the inevitable tendency of the class mentioned to seek always an easy way of escape from problems that can be solved only by struggle. There is a wealth of testimony at hand, of which the facts set forth are not disputed, showing that wherever white capitalism has established itself, the code of ethics that governs social contacts between its members is discarded the very moment it encounters in considerable numbers any backward people whose subjection it desires. The history of imperialism in India, in Africa, in China, in the Philippines, is filled with bloody incidents, in proof of this contention. The record has many gaps in it for obvious reasons, but what has been written would fill a good-sized building. Someday, and the rising of the Chinese against imperialism shows that the day is not far distant, the black, brown, and yellow-skinned races will deliver their indictment against the white race, and it will be well for that race if the accumulated wrongs of centuries have been atoned for in some measure by a proletarian dictatorship acknowledging these wrongs and righting them, when that day comes. But here I want only to show that to the Negro, whether in Africa or forcibly torn from his continent and brought to America, the white ruling class of all countries has given him as a race nothing but blows, bullets, bayonets and chains to the accompaniment of psalms and prayers. For every true Nordic, and even the lowlier Alpine, knows that God is white and on the side of the white race. So it was that the first successful foray on the Negro race was the occasion for profuse thanks being given to the white god of battle. The Portuguese were the first to discover that black slaves were handy things to have. The armored knights were soon systematically descending on African settlements of naked natives and carrying away the Negroes who escaped their swords. An old Portuguese chronicle gives the following description of one of these noble exploits. Then you might see mothers forsaking their children and husbands their wives, each striving to escape as best they could. Some drowned themselves in the water, others sought to escape by hiding under their huts, others stowed their children among the seaweed, where our men found them afterwards, hoping they would thus escape notice. And at last our Lord God, who giveth a reward for every good deed, willed that for the toil they had undergone in his service they should that day obtain victory over their enemies, as well as a guerdon and a payment for all their labor and expense, for they took captive of those Moors, what with men, women, and children, 165, besides those that perished and were killed. And when the battle was over, all praised God for the great mercy he had shown them, in that he had willed to give them such a victory with so little damage to themselves. They were all very joyful, praising loudly the Lord God for that he had deigned to give such help to such a handful of his Christian people. The sanctimonious slaughter of Negroes begun by the Christian Portuguese continues to this day in all the colonies of imperialism. The lynching of Negroes with the added spice of bestial tortures is only the American method of this international process which Yankee ingenuity has improved upon. The triumphant religious note can still be heard in the southern jungles. Let us leap 4 centuries and see if those altruistic upholders of democracy and the rights of small nations, the British ruling class, show in their attitude towards Negro colonials anything that would warrant the assumption that British capitalism differs from American capitalism in this respect. Speaking of the attitude of the whites towards the Africans in British colonies, Lord Grey, who can hardly be accused of partiality, said in 1880. Throughout this part of the British dominions the colored people are generally looked upon by the whites as an inferior race, whose interests ought to be systematically disregarded when they come into competition with their own, and who ought to be governed mainly with a view to the advantage of the superior race. And for this advantage 2 things are considered to be especially necessary: first, that facilities should be afforded to the white colonists for obtaining possession of land heretofore occupied by the native tribes, and secondly, that the Kaffir population should be made to furnish as large and as cheap a supply of labor as possible. Could the policy of imperialism be stated more frankly and concisely? What is the effect of the application of this policy? Let 1. a member of the Matabele, one of the African tribes under British rule, speak for the natives. Testifying before a royal commission, he said, "Our country is gone, our cattle have gone, our people are scattered, we have nothing to live for, our women are deserting us, the white man does as he likes with them, we are the slaves of the white man, we are nobody and have no rights or laws of any kind." The natives were herded into labor camps and forced to work for the conquerors. Says E. D. Morel, the famous English liberal, in his The Black Man's Burden, some hundreds of native police were raised and armed, and, as happens everywhere in Africa where the supervision is not strict, committed many brutal acts. Their principal duty appears to have been assisting to procure the needed supply of labor, and hunting down deserters. Emphasis mine. The Matabele Times spoke brutally. The theory of shooting a nigger on sight is too suggestive of the rule of Donnybrook Fair to be other than a diversion rather than a satisfactory principle. We have been doing it up to now, burning kraals simply because they were native kraals, and firing upon fleeing natives simply because they were black. In 1920 the family of Lobengula, the former native ruler of a large section of British South Africa, signed a petition to His Royal British Majesty which says, "The members of the late King Lobengula's family, your petitioners, and several members of the tribe are now scattered about on farms parceled out to white settlers, and are practically created a nomadic people living in this scattered condition, under a veiled form of slavery. They are not allowed individually to cross from one farm to another, or from place to place except under a system of permit or pass, and are practically forced to do labor on these private farms as a condition of their occupying land in Matabele land. Instead of getting better, the conditions of the Negroes in the colonies of British imperialism become worse as the remnants of land left are taken from them. In the South African mining districts is almost an exact replica of the conditions suffered by the Negroes in the southern states. We will deal with Germany more briefly because she is no longer a ruler of colonies. But the record established by her rulers before her empire was divided among her foes shows little difference from the incidents already cited. Speaking in the Reichstag in 1904 on the colonial budget, Herr School-Etwine delivered himself of the following, which I ask you to compare with the statement of white policy by Lord Grey. The Hereros, a West African tribe, must be compelled to work, and to work without compensation and in return for their food only. Forced labor for years is only a just punishment, and at the same time it is the best method of training men. The feelings of Christianity and the philanthropy with which missionaries work, must for the present be repudiated with all energy. The Germans killed the Hereros who refused to work. It was very simple. It was a slaughter on a wholesale scale of poorly armed natives by troops equipped with the most modern weapons of death. A German writer records a conversation between some settlers arriving after the crushing of the natives, and one of the soldiers, "Children, how could it be otherwise? They, the Hereros, were ranchmen and landowners, and we were there to make them landless workingmen." It seems hardly necessary to mention Belgium when the record of her atrocities on the Negroes of the Congo was heralded to the world, but perhaps the World War and the flood of sympathy that went out to her because she suffered 1/millionth part of what her rulers inflicted on the Negroes, may have dimmed the memory. To keep the record straight, we give two quotations describing the methods by which rubber was obtained. "There is not an inhabited village left in 4 days steaming through a country formerly so rich, today entirely ruined. The villages are compelled to furnish so many kilos of rubber every week. The soldiers sent out to get rubber and ivory are depopulating the country. They find that the quickest and cheapest method is to raid villages, seize prisoners, and have them redeemed afterwards for ivory. It is blood-curdling to see them, the soldiers, returning with the hands of the slain, and to find the hands of young children amongst the bigger ones evidencing their bravery. The rubber from this district has cost hundreds of lives, and the scenes I have witnessed, while unable to help the oppressed, have been almost enough to make me wish I was dead. The rubber traffic is steeped in blood, and if the natives were to rise and sweep every white person on the Upper Congo into eternity, there would still be a fearful balance to their credit." Letter of an American missionary named Clark, quoted by E. D. Morel in the work already cited. In 20 years the population of the Belgian Congo was reduced by these methods from more than 30 million to less than 9 million. Bleeding Belgium, indeed, but the blood of Negroes, not her own. And now for a glance at the colonial policy of France, wherein is located that dear Paris where the Negro is allowed all the privileges accorded the whites, or was until it was filled first with American soldiers and then with American tourists who come to see the graves of those who died to save that dear France and incidentally make the world safe for democracy. France is the second great European colonial power. Her African holdings are immense, inferior in size only to those of Great Britain. She recruited hundreds of thousands of Negro troops during the World War, and she still enforces conscription in her African colonies. These troops have Negro officers who meet French officers on equal terms and who are dined and feted when they come to Paris. Does this mean that French policy toward backward peoples is a model for the world? Hardly, as we shall see. Sending in long and detailed reports is one of the best things that the colonial bureaucrats do. Unfortunately for the admirers of France, some of these reports have seen the light of day and show that France conducts the same bloody, brutal, and ruthless policy among the Africans that we have already seen in operation in British, German and Belgian Africa. That is to say, soon, if this policy is persisted in, if the incendiarism and devastation of villages does not stop, if the concessionaires are always to enjoy the right of imposing such and such a corvée, forced labor levy WFD, upon the inhabitants, and to place an embargo upon all the latter possesses, the banks of the Congo, the Ubangi and the Bangha will be completely deserted. Another French official wrote, "The dead, we no longer count them. The villages, horrible charnel houses, disappear in this yawning gulf. 1,000 diseases follow in our footsteps. We white men must shut our eyes not to see the hideous dead, the dying who curse us, and the wounded who implore, the weeping women and starving children." In one typical region 20,000 out of a total of 40,000 Negroes were killed off in 2 years. We have now had a brief glimpse of imperialism in Belgian colonies, and we find it as similar as 2 drops of water, or shall we say blood. The conclusion can be drawn that when in the imperialist nations a Negro is treated as an equal by the ruling class, it is for only 2 reasons. First, he has betrayed or is betraying his fellows, is a tool of the imperialists. Second, because the imperialist nation does not wish to cause itself unnecessary trouble among the colonials by bad treatment of individuals when good treatment costs nothing. Let the Negro in France or England or Belgium try to take the privileges in the colonies that he is accorded in the imperialist nation proper, and there is a different story. The social reformists of Europe have accepted the doctrine of racial equality, and they are much concerned to see that the black man is not ill-treated in Europe. They have no wish, however, to link up the struggles of the colonial peoples with those of the working class at home. They may realize the revolutionary role of the dark-skinned peoples in the world's struggle against capitalism, but they are not for it any more than are the liberal intellectuals. E. D. Morel comments upon this as follows. And curiously enough, there is a type of European socialist mind that reinforces these tendencies of capitalism. This type of mind visualizes the mass of African humanity in terms of a dogmatic economic theory. It would stand aside from capitalistic exploitation, which it regards as a necessary and inevitable episode in human development. It would do nothing to safeguard native institutions which it looks upon as archaic and reactionary. It would apply the same processes to all races. It refuses, apparently, to recognize any other form of civilization other than the European socialized state, at whatever stage of cultural development. It would cheerfully assist at the destruction of African institutions and assent to the conversion of African cultivators and farmers into wage slaves. The only comment I would venture to make upon the contentions of this school is that the form of socialism which Russia has evolved, and which, I suppose, is the most advanced form of European socialism now available to study, approximates closely to the social conditions of an advanced tropical African community. The spinal column of both is a system of land tenure which ensures to the population a large measure of economic independence. Lenin once called Morel an honest liberal. It is evident from the above quotation that Morel was not only honest in his attitude towards the Negroes, but that he understood the revolutionary part landless races are destined to play. And now we come back to America and the 12 million Negroes in the United States and its colonies, 90% of whom are workers and farmers. Oppressed as a race and as a class, they have two allies: the white working class of the United States and their African kindred. The two can be separated only at the cost of seriously hampering both. There must be no illusions in the minds of the American Negro masses that in some other capitalist nation there is freedom to be found. They are all alike, and the Negro workers and peasants will have to fight the white ruling class wherever they are located. More than that, the American Negroes will have to take the lead in uniting their race internationally, as a race, and then bringing it into line with the world struggle of the working class. The same slogan to which the workers and peasants of Russia rallied behind the communists in 1917, can be used to stir the oppressed Negroes into action. Peace, bread, and land. What racial or social group needs these three things more than the 120 million beaten, bullied and landless African Negroes? In the United States these same demands can be expressed in the slogan of full social, political and economic equality. J. Lovestone. Introduction. J. Lovestone, 1897 to 1990, was an American Communist Party leader who later became an anti-communist labor official in the AFL-CIO. Ascending to the leadership of the party in the late 1920s, Lovestone found himself on the wrong side of power struggles in the Soviet Union and was expelled from the party. Lovestone then led a small communist oppositional group for a time, before moving to the right and becoming an anti-communist in the 1940s. Lovestone was born in present-day Belarus, emigrating to New York in 1907. Lovestone joined the Intercollegiate Socialist Society while a student at City College and sided with the left wing in the Socialist Party split. He quickly ascended to the leadership of the Young Communist Party, working as an editor and writer in the party press. In the factional battles of the early CP, Lovestone allied himself with the New York-based faction led by Charles Ruthenberg. This faction was distinguished by an emphasis on political action, arguing for a mass labor party in the United States. Its opponents, led by William Z. Foster, placed more emphasis on building radical currents within the unions. Lovestone was a loyal ally of the Ruthenberg faction, and by the mid-1920s was the faction's second in command. When Ruthenberg died in 1927, Lovestone became head of the Communist Party. In that position, he conducted the purge of James P. Cannon and other supporters of Leon Trotsky in 1928. Immediately thereafter, however, Lovestone found himself the target of a purge from Moscow. Lovestone was a supporter of Nikolai Bukharin in the USSR, and Bukharin and Stalin had come into conflict. The political roots of Lovestone's heresy were in his advocacy of the theory of American exceptionalism, which held that capitalism had stabilized in the United States and insurrectionary tactics had to be abandoned. This theory came at precisely the wrong time, however, as Stalin and the Comintern had just endorsed their third period policy, which pronounced that a period of imminent revolution was on the horizon. After his expulsion from the party, Lovestone set up the Communist Party, opposition. Originally a loyal opposition to the official party, the CP, soon found its footing in alliance with various anti-CP forces within the labor movement. Though the group remained strong, it developed a cadre who would be influential beyond their numbers, with both intellectuals and union activists of some talent. As Lovestone's political activity became more and more centered on combating the Communist Party, he moved further to the right. During World War II, he turned his attention to combating communist influence in unions internationally, working with the AFL to undermine communist unions, often through supporting employers, organized crime, or some combination thereof. Lovestone would continue to work in this capacity until his retirement in the early 1970s. Throughout the mid-century, when the AFL-CIO conducted a covert war against communists in unions from South America to Europe to Africa, Lovestone was at the very center of it. Lovestone's article here shows a keen insight into political developments along the color line. He argues that the Great Migration is reshaping racial politics in the United States, both in nationalizing the race question and leading to a new strength for black workers in the North. Further arguing that the new concentration of black workers in northern cities is likely to yield a new black combativeness, he urges the party to support this struggle. Lovestone's attentiveness to black politics would continue even after his expulsion from the CP, as the CP, would proceed to build a base in Harlem in the 1930s, acting as a political training ground for organizers, including Ella Baker and Pauli Murray. The Great Negro Migration. As a result of the World War, the class divisions and the relation of class forces in the United States changed deeply. A most striking phenomenon of this character is the mass migration of the Negroes, mainly from the cotton plantations of the South to the industrial centers of the northern and eastern states. John Pepper characterizes these migrations strikingly as unarmed Spartacus uprisings against the slavery and the oppression of the capitalist oligarchy in the southern states. This phenomenon is of tremendous economic, political, and social significance for the whole American working class. Coincident with such dynamic forces influencing the class relations in the United States, is the increasing world supremacy of American imperialism. America has become the center of the economic and cultural emancipation of the Negro. Here this movement forms and crystallizes itself. Therefore it is especially important for the success of the efforts of the Comintern and the Red International of labor unions striving to mobilize the millions of Negro masses of Africa, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Colombia, Nicaragua, and the satrapies of American imperialism such as Puerto Rico, Haiti and Santo Domingo, against the world bourgeoisie, that the movement of the Negroes in the United States should develop in a revolutionary direction. Extent of the Negro migration. According to the last census, January, 1920, there were in the United States 10,463,131 Negroes, of whom 8 million were then still in the southern states. The recent migration of the Negroes from the South took place during two main periods. The first was 1916 to 1917 when, because of the entrance of America into the World War, a strong demand for skilled labor power arose and whole Negro colonies and Negro villages migrated to the northern industrial centers. This migration totaled approximately 400,000. The second period, 1922 to 23, coincided with the peak of American industry that followed after the economic crisis of 1920 to 21, and is to be traced back to the great demand for unskilled labor in the northern districts. According to the findings of the United States Agricultural Department, the period since 1916 has seen an annual migration of 200,000 Negroes from the southern states, as against 10 to 12,000 annually for the period before 1916. In the 4 years from 1916 to 1920, between 400,000 and 730,000 Negroes left for the North. In the period from 1916 to 1924 the figures reached 1 million. The influence of this upon the concentration of population is obvious from the following figures. In 1910 the southern states included 80.68% of the Negro population of America, while in 1920 only 76.99%. In 4 of these 11 states, the decrease of the general population from 1910 to 1920 was primarily due to the migration of the Negroes. In 1923, 32,000, or 13% of the colored agricultural workers left Georgia for the North. In the same year, there migrated from Alabama 10,000, from Arkansas, 15,000, and from South Carolina, 22,700 Negroes. On the other hand, the Negro population of the northern industrial city, Detroit, the greatest automobile center, increased in the period of 1910 to 1920 from 57,000 to about 90,000, and of Chicago, from 109,000 in 1919 to 200,000 in 1924. The strength of this migration from the South is evidenced by the fact that records show that in one day 3,000 Negroes passed through a railroad station in Philadelphia. And this was not unusual. The mass of the emigrants consisted of agricultural workers and small tenants. Because of the lack of labor power, many cotton and fruit plantations had to change to cattle breeding and dairying. According to the investigation of the Bankers Association of Georgia, there were, in 1923, in this state, no less than 46,674 deserted farms and 55,524 unplowed plots of land. Furthermore, on account of the migrations there was a loss of national wealth to the state amounting to $27 million. The bourgeoisie and the big landowners in the southern states naturally at first resorted to strong measures against the mass exodus of their slaves. Thus in Georgia, for example, a law was passed according to which the hiring of workers for other states, through private persons or organizations is to be considered as a crime. The plantation owners in Tennessee forced their government to put all those Negroes in custody who registered themselves in unemployment bureaus. In South Carolina and Virginia, all agents who were to obtain workers for other states had to pay a special license fee of $2,500 on the pain of suffering greater fine or imprisonment. Causes of migration. The most important causes for the migration of Negroes from the South are the following. 1. The oppressive conditions of life and work of the Negro population, consisting mostly of tenants and agricultural workers. 2. The boll weevil plague in the cotton plantations. 3. The general agrarian crisis which forced the tenants in the South, as well as in the northern states, to look for work in the cities. 4. The deep-going dissatisfaction among the Negroes in the South, especially after the World War. 5. The intense development of industry in the northern states, as a consequence of the World War, coupled with the immigration ban, as a result of which the demand for unskilled labor power grew tremendously. 1. Living and working conditions of the Southern Negroes. Most of the labor power in cotton production in the South has been Negro. In the period from 1880 to 1920, the percentage of plantation owners in the Cotton Belt sank from 62% to 49.8%. 70 to 90% of the cultivated land in the cotton districts of Georgia, South Carolina, and Mississippi are rented by Negro tenants. In Mississippi 60% of all cotton farms are worked by Negroes, of whom 85% are tenants. The tenants have not the slightest prospect of ever acquiring the possession of the land on which they work, a prospect that is still in the realms of possibility for the white farmer in the northeastern states, although even here such prospects are now under ever-growing difficulties. For the Negroes, the status of the tenant is unchangeable. Leading a miserable existence, the Negro tenant is in the rarest cases able to provide his children with an elementary education. Thus, in 1923 in the state of Georgia, the appropriations for the schools for Negroes, who at that time composed 45% of the population, reached the total of $15,000 as opposed to the appropriation of $735,000 for the whites. We must add to this the usurious credit system, which still more diminishes the scanty earnings of the tenant. The prices of the commodities bought by Negro tenants on credit are on the average 70% higher, but in Texas it is 81% and in Arkansas 90%. As a rule, the Negro tenant has a claim to only a half of the product of the labor of his relatives or others whose help he can obtain. Of this, the owners are legally empowered to deduct for supposed allowances and services by the land barons for means of life, clothing, medical help, etc. Many landowners are at the same time also merchants. Since written agreements are entirely unusual, the Negro is thus further uniformly swindled in the most shameless way. The Negro masses are exploited so intensely that they are often more miserable than under chattel slavery. The status of the Negroes, their working conditions, and their sufferings, are illustrated in the following quotation from a report of the National Association of Manufacturers, of October 7, 1920. The bad economic exploitation in these cases indicates a slavery many times worse than the former real slavery. Thousands of Negroes who have been working all their lives uninterruptedly are not able to show the value of $10, and are not able to buy the most necessary clothing at the close of the season. They live in the most wretched condition, and are lucky to get hold of a worn-out pair of boots or some old clothing. Judge S.O. Bratton, who was able to obtain in Little Rock, Arkansas, an accurate picture of the relations between the whites and the blacks, writes as follows: "The conditions today are worse than before the American Civil War. The system of exploitation is carried to such a point that most Negroes can hardly keep themselves alive upon their earnings. The plantation owners maintain so-called commission businesses in which the prices of commodities are fixed at the order of the plantation inspectors. The Negroes are prevented in every possible way from keeping an account of the wares taken by them. Another big source of misery is to be found in the lynch law and the terror of the Ku Klux Klan. In the January 1924 issue of the North American Review we have an illuminating report of Howard Snyder, who spent many years in the plantation districts of Mississippi. Mr. Snyder says, "If we add the cruel lynch law, which is responsible for the murder of many Negroes burned alive, of whom we never hear in our great newspapers, and if we keep in mind that the Negroes working on the plantations are helpless and defenseless beings who are thrown into panic at the very mention of the Ku Klux Klan, then we will be able to understand the other causes of the mass migration. Nowhere in the world is there among the civilized peoples a human being so cruelly persecuted as the Negro in the South. Almost every day we read that some Negro was baited to death with dogs, or whipped to death, or burned alive amidst the howls of huge crowds. How they could ever cherish the hope in the South that these people would suffer all this without protest, when $20, the price of a railway ticket, can be sufficient to free them from this hell, passes my understanding." To the boll weevil plague and the agricultural crisis. The boll weevil plague, which recently visited the cotton plantations, has been a tremendous factor in changing the South. According to the approximate evaluation, the damages wrought by this pest in the years 1917 to 22 amounted from $1,900,000,000. As a consequence of this, cotton cultivated land grew markedly smaller. Thus many black workers and tenants were forced to go to the North. The World War and the Negro. This wretched system existed prior to the World War. The Negroes were dissatisfied even before the World War. Yet it was the World War, with its consequent fundamental economic changes and the Negro migration as a result of the rapid industrialization in the North and East, that gave special impetus and created favorable opportunities for a wave of intense dissatisfaction among the Negro tenants and agricultural workers. We must not underestimate the deep-going change in the ideology of the Negro masses called forth by the World War. Whole generations were, so to speak, tied down like slaves to the soil. To them, their village was the world. And now, suddenly, hundreds of thousands of them, 376,710, were drawn into military service. Over 200,000 were sent across and returned with new concepts, with new hopes, with a new belief in their people. Their political and social sphere of ideas broadened. Their former hesitancy and lack of decision was now leaving them. The Negroes were stirred en masse and set out to carry through their aspirations, left their miserable shacks and went to look for better working and living conditions. Simultaneously, the immigration of European workers into America was practically ended by the World War. In the post-war period, strict legal measures were taken for the same end. In this way, one of the best sources of the stream of unskilled labor was dried up. Through the World War, however, the development of American industry made mighty steps forward, and with this the demand for labor power rose. The Industrial Reserve Army had to be filled up, and the bourgeoisie of the North turned to the southern states. In the Negro masses they saw a fitting reservoir to supply their gigantic factories of the northern and eastern states. To illustrate how the capitalists looked upon the Negro problem in this phase of development, we have the following quotations of Blanton Fortson in a recent number of the Forum. Disregarding his low stage of development, the undesirable immigrant is characterized by all those traits which are foreign to the Negro. He is permeated with Bolshevism. He understands neither the American language nor the American employers, contracts marriage with American women, multiplies very fast, so that finally, if the door is not closed to the stream of people of his kind, the real native workers will be suppressed by them. In normal times, there always exists in the industrial centers a demand for unskilled labor. Where can the North find this? To import unskilled workers from Eastern and Southern Europe means to increase the number of inferior people in America. To this apologist of capitalism, the people permeated with Bolshevism are inferior. JL. If, however, we make use of the Negroes for this purpose, then we will simply redistribute the people of a lower race already existing in the United States and not increase them, in fact, diminish them. A more open declaration as to how the ruling class in America fills up its industrial reserve army with the help of the South and in this way lowers wages could hardly be found. The Negroes who are tenants or agricultural laborers naturally seek to escape from their oppressive condition in the South. Better wage and working conditions in the North, somewhat more favorable educational facilities, and the illusory hopes of finally escaping from their difficulties are the motives of the Negroes in their migration. This phenomenon is one of the most significant in history. Today a Negro quarter can be found in nearly every one of the smallest towns of the northern states. The results of the migration of the Negroes. 1. The improvement of the standard of living. No one can question the fact that through this migration of the Negroes the standard of living of the colored workers and peasants has been considerably raised. In comparison with the conditions confronting them in the southern states, before 1914 the colored workers today certainly have more opportunities to dispose of their only possession, labor power. Moreover, the mass exodus from the South has forced the ruling classes in the cotton fields to ameliorate the cruel treatment of their agricultural workers and in many cases even to raise their wages. The strong demand for colored workers has raised their price. 2. The strengthening of race consciousness. A further result of the mass migration of the Negroes is the development of a stronger race consciousness. Since hundreds of thousands of colored people have freed themselves from the yoke of slavery in the South, their pride and their confidence in the race have grown. The Negroes have begun to organize themselves. They are now taking up the struggle against their oppression in a more organized fashion. This is one of the real meanings of the still organizationally weak American Negro Labor Congress. It is, therefore, no accident that in the recent years lynching has been on a decrease. For example, in 1892, there were 155 Negroes murdered in the United States. 3 decades later, 1922, only 61, and in 1923, only 28, while in 1924 there were only 16. This is partly to be traced to the changed attitude of the capitalists. But primarily it is to be attributed to the fact that of late Negroes have been offering more effective resistance to their oppressors. In October, 1919, for example, the colored tenants in Phillips County, Arkansas, rose up against their oppressive exploiters. It went as far as a bloody battle in which 5 whites and 17 Negroes were killed. Also in Charlestown, West Virginia, Tulsa, Oklahoma, we had similar revolts. Furthermore, the Negro uprisings in the northern centers, Chicago, Omaha, and Duluth, were in a certain sense also the evidence of a strengthened race consciousness. 3. Concentration of the Negro proletariat. The migration of the Negro proletariat to the industrial cities of the North hastened its concentration. As evidence, we can point to the growing number of colored people living in the cities. In the last 20 years this rate of increase among the colored workers has grown much faster than among the whites. Whereas the white urban population was 43.3% of the total population of the United States in 1900, 48.1% in 1910 and 53.3% in 1920, the following relations obtained for the colored population: 1900 22.6%, 1910 27.3%, 1920 34.2%. In 1920 more than 50% of the Negro population in 27 states was found in the cities. With the white population only 14 states showed 50% or more living in the cities. This tendency also prevails in the South, despite of the mass migration of the Negroes. For example, in the state of Mississippi the total number of Negroes fell by 75,000 from 1910 to 1920, the colored urban population increased by 3.4%. Above all, the social composition of the Negroes has changed extraordinarily. Before the migration, the overwhelming majority was employed on the cotton plantations. Today the greater proportion work for the industrial concerns. In the North, the Negroes had formerly been engaged as domestic help. Now, however, they are dominantly employed in heavy industry. The significance of the migration. In the South there is to be found approximately 1/4 of the total population of the United States. Therefore, this migration is of tremendous economic, political, and social significance for the entire country. 1. The industrialization of the South. Up to now the operation and organization of the cotton plantations were on an extremely primitive level. It was largely because of the migration of the black workers that the bourgeoisie were forced to reorganize their cotton culture and use machinery on a larger scale. Besides, the capitalists were forced to pay more attention to the natural resources of the southern states. This also hastened the industrialization of this section of the country. 2. The Negro as a political factor. The mass migration of the Negroes to the North has increased their importance as a political factor. It is clear that their votes are of great importance in the elections of the northern industrial states. In the South the Negroes are very often deprived of their suffrage upon this or that pretext. In the North such disfranchisement is not so open or prevalent. From 1910 to 1920 the number of Negroes with votes, from 21 years up, increased in New York from 95,177 to 142,580, in New Jersey from 58,467 to 75,671, in Ohio from 72,871 to 126,940, in Indiana from 39,037 to 53,935 and in Illinois from 74,225 to 128,450. The Republican as well as the Democratic Party made the greatest attempts to win these voters for themselves in the northern industrial centers. 3. The Negro question, a national problem. Through the migration of the Negroes to the North, the Negro problem did not lose any of its significance for the United States as a whole. On the contrary, it gained importance inasmuch as it became a question of national significance. In practically every industrial center the question of the segregation of the Negroes, their segregation in separate quarters of the city, stood on the order as an acute problem in some form or other. Thus, in the last report of the American Association for the Advancement of the Colored People, it said, in 1924, the most significant question was the creation of separate schools, of separate city quarters for the colored population of the United States. The broad masses of the Negroes migrating to the North have to a great extent recognized that the illusions which caused them to look upon the northern states as a paradise were painfully unfounded. The apparent social and political equality of the Negro with the rest of the population of the North had only the slightest pretense to existence in fact so long as the Negroes constituted only a small minority. The more the Negro problem takes on a national character, the more important a role does the South begin to play in the economic and political life of the United States. To the working masses the Negro problem appears on first consideration as a class and racial question. But we should not forget that the basis of the class principle and not the racial principle, must serve as our point of judgment in this instance. In short, the mass migration has not solved the Negro problem in the United States. On the contrary, the great Negro migration has placed this problem before us with greater clarity. We point to the plans to isolate the Negro population in the northern states, to the Negro revolts, as well as to the expulsion of the Negroes from the industrial city of Johnstown, PA, in 1923. Negro migration and the American proletariat. 1. Racial prejudice. Considered from the economic standpoint, the Negro problem is a part of the general problem of the unskilled worker in the United States. Except for those working on the cotton plantations in the South, a large number of Negroes work in the steel industry, in the coal mines, in the packing houses, in tobacco and cigar factories. The unionization of the Negroes is made extraordinarily difficult by the artificially nourished hatred of the white worker for his colored fellow worker. The bourgeoisie is very eager to stimulate racial prejudice. 2. The trade union bureaucracy and the organization of the Negro. The trade union bureaucracy has been consistently refusing to accept the Negro into the trade unions. We can cite the attitude and practices of the railroad workers, locomotive engine men, and firemen, the boiler makers and other trade unions. The American Federation of Labor has concerned itself with the organization of the Negroes only on paper. It is true that there was established in 1920 a special commission for this purpose. But it did nothing. At the Congress of the AFL in 1923, the Executive Council reported that it was impossible to prevail upon the railroad workers and the boiler makers to change their statutes and accept Negroes into their organization. This, however, was only a gesture, since in fact nothing was undertaken to exercise any pressure upon these unions. Because of the efforts of the American Negro Labor Congress, it is said that the Executive Council of the American Federation of Labor has put on 4 organizers ostensibly for special work among the Negroes. The harmfulness of these tactics of the trade union bureaucracy is shown with special clarity in the following occurrence in the steel industry, in which at present, many Negroes are employed. From this it is clearly seen how the bosses play the reactionary leaders against the Negro workers in order to prejudice these workers against all the activities of the trade unions in the steel industry. The Negro organ, The Crisis, made public in November, 1923, was a circular distributed by the Indiana Foundry Company of Muncie among the colored workers who at that time were brought in as strike breakers. We quote from this circular, which had very serious consequences for the strikers. Our factory works on the open shop principle. Most of our puddlers, who are colored, have just been trained by us. The union is not in agreement with this and wants to force us to submit to its will. In our city there are 4 factories in which only members of the union may work and 3 which are open to all workers. Our factory is the only one in which the Negroes can rise to be skilled workers. Now the union demands that all colored workers who are employed as puddlers should be replaced by whites and that these must submit to the union statutes. The trade union bureaucrats therefore make it possible for the capitalists to split the proletarian ranks, and in the above case were responsible for the capitalists being able to beat the white as well as the black workers. 3. The possibility of organizing the Negro. Unquestionably, the racial prejudice of the workers makes it much harder to organize the Negro proletariat. It must further be added that the Negroes on the cotton plantations of the South were working and living under an almost patriarchal system in relation to their masters. This naturally still tends to influence their minds. Yet the Negroes have many times demonstrated their organizability. In 1913 the well-known petty bourgeois Negro leader, Booker T. Washington, attempted to determine to what extent it was possible to organize the Negro. Out of the 51 questionnaires he sent out for this purpose, only 2 were received with the answer that it was impossible to make the Negroes good members of a labor organization. Moreover, there are already in the United States several mixed unions that include in their ranks white as well as Negro workers. Outside of that, there are 400 independent trade unions of Negroes. Then, there are hundreds of thousands of Negroes who are members of mass organizations of colored workers. 4. Necessity of unity between Negro and white workers. The rapidly advancing concentration of the Negro proletariat, the increasing political significance of the Negro workers, the efforts of the bourgeoisie to stimulate the racial antagonism between the Negro and the white workers, and finally the growing racial consciousness of the Negro, all of these demand that the workers of the United States and their organizations should not allow racial prejudice to dominate in the least but should adhere only to the class principle. If the white workers follow any other tactics and permit their exploiter to split the proletariat through racial hatred and prejudice, then they will deliver themselves body and soul to their deadly enemies. 5. What must the American workers do? A solution of the Negro problem in the United States is offered only in the program of the Workers' Communist Party. The American proletariat must at every opportunity support the Negro in his struggle against the exploiters and oppressors of all the workers, white and black. The American Negro Labor Congress is a step in the right direction for the development of a movement to unify all workers regardless of color against the bourgeoisie. The American working class must fight for the social, political, and economic equality of the Negro. The representatives of the working class must do everything to remove the obstacles which many trade unions place in the way of the acceptance of the Negroes becoming members. Where this is not possible at the present moment, it is not out of order to form temporary organizations of Negroes, the chief task of which must be, under all circumstances, to demand unification of the American proletariat regardless of race or nationality against the exploiters, against the bourgeoisie as a whole. William Z. Foster. Introduction. William Z. Foster, 1881–1961, was one of the most important Union leaders of the first half of the 20th century, later becoming a leader of the Communist Party. Foster began his long political career as an IWW member shortly after the turn of the century, later becoming a syndicalist who advocated working within existing AFL unions, finally joining the Communist Party in 1921. From then until 1957, Foster was one of the foremost leaders of the party, sidelined only by periods of illness or incarceration. Foster first rose to national prominence as leader of the Great Steel Strike of 1919. An attempt to force union recognition on the steel companies, the strike saw some 250,000 workers go out under Foster's leadership. Unfortunately, the determination of the striking workers was overcome by a combination of brutal repression and the use of strike breakers. Reflecting on the defeat a few years later, Foster noted that, in particular, the Union had failed to overcome divisions between black and white workers. Soon thereafter, Foster joined the Communist Party, won over by a visit to the USSR. In the party, Foster ran the Trade Union Education League, TUEL, a rank-and-file organization aimed at radicalizing the American Union movement. Though anti-racism was never a focus of the League, it did propagandize on behalf of interracialism in the unions. Life in the CP in the 1920s was dominated by the factional struggle in the organization. Foster quickly emerged as one of the leaders of the faction most oriented to trade union work. Work on the race question soon became a stake in the factional contest, as Foster's opponents accused the union leader and his allies, such as James P. Cannon and William F. Dunn, of accommodating themselves to the racism of the American Union movement. While there were clear weaknesses in the writings on black oppression that Foster's group produced, on the whole, this charge is a significant distortion of their record. These factional struggles finally ended when the Communist International, at Stalin's orders, elevated Foster above his factional opponents, who were subsequently expelled, to make him party secretary of the CP. In this capacity, Foster oversaw the transition to the third period line, when the CP argued that revolution was imminent, and that other progressive groups were simply reformist obstacles to be smashed. The results of this approach were decidedly mixed, particularly when it came to anti-racist struggle. On the one hand, the party essentially declared war on groups like the NAACP, cutting themselves off from prospective allies and alienating the black workers they needed to win over. On the other, the party's audacity in this period led it to take initiatives such as sending organizers into the Deep South and starting new radical unions that accepted black workers on an equal basis, actions that would pay substantial dividends over the course of the 1930s. Foster was the party's head until 1932, when, running for president on the CP ticket, he suffered a heart attack and had to step back from political activity. He would return to activity in 1935, but by then, the Popular Front period had begun, and the party, under the leadership of Earl Browder, was oriented to making allies with liberals. While Foster opposed this new orientation, he was careful never to let his opposition create a basis for his expulsion. His patience paid off in 1945, when Earl Browder was removed from leadership at Moscow's behest. Foster took the reins once more, leading the party through the perilous Cold War years. Over the course of the next decade, anti-communist repression in the United States and revelations about Stalin's rule abroad wore on the party significantly, and by the time Foster retired in 1957, the party was a shadow of its former self. Foster's article here, a report on the prospects for Southern organizing, shows how seriously the party was taking the race question by the end of the 1920s. Foster argues for the necessity of organizing black workers, combating the racism of the Union bureaucracy, and exposing the Democratic and Republican parties as false friends of black Americans. Though the Black Belt thesis, adopted by the Comintern a few months earlier in August, undoubtedly played a role in the centrality Foster ascribed to anti-racist struggle, it is notable that the article contains little that derives programmatically from it. Instead, it largely builds on the previous work of CP writers such as Fort Whiteman, Miner, and Dunn. By the time the Black Belt thesis was published in the Daily Worker in early 1929, the party had already moved to make black liberation a central strategic orientation. The Workers' Communist Party in the South. The Workers' Communist Party has made a beginning at active work in the South. This is a fact of major importance in the development of the class struggle in the United States. For this reason, among others, the present election campaign marks an epoch in the history of our party. The work in the South has been begun by the sending of several organizers into the field, by touring of election speakers, by the issuance of special literature, by the placing of the party on the ballot in a number of southern states, etc. It was my part, in this work, to address election meetings in Louisville, Birmingham, New Orleans, Atlanta, Norfolk, and Richmond. The meetings in Louisville, Birmingham, and New Orleans were the first communist open mass meetings ever held in the respective states of Kentucky, Alabama, and Louisiana. It is fitting that with the rapid industrialization of the South and with the developing struggle of the Negroes throughout the country, the Workers' Communist Party, the party of the working class and the champion of the oppressed Negro race, should begin its operations in the South. These activities must be greatly increased in the future. Manifestly, the South presents many difficult problems of a major character. These must be thoroughly analyzed, programs outlined for them, and the party organized to solve them. To these ends it is highly important that the various organizers, speakers, and active comrades, participating in the Southern work, carefully compile and present their experiences to the party. The present article is a contribution in this sense. A ripe opportunity for our party. The industrialization of the South has been widely discussed in our press. There is no need for me to pile up, afresh, statistics to demonstrate this movement. But one is amazed in traveling through the South to see the extent of this new industrialization. Especially manifest is it in Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas. In dozens of towns along the way one can see new factories of many kinds, either freshly built or now in course of construction. The various towns are plastered with invitations to capitalists to establish industries locally, offering them tax exemption, low-paid and satisfied labor, cheap power, etc. The respective chambers of commerce are carrying on nationwide campaigns of publicity along these lines. At the same time, there is widespread unemployment in the various cities of the South. The rapid industrialization of the South increasingly develops a rich field for general class activity by our party. Wages are very low, hours long, and working conditions bad in all the Southern industries, new and old. In the great Alabama coal and steel industries, wages run as low as 15 cents per hour for unskilled workers, with 25 cents per hour top rate, with the cost of living almost as high as in northern industrial centers. The 10 to 12-hour day prevails. Similar conditions exist in the textile, lumber, railroad, and other industries throughout the South. The farm workers and tenant farmers, submerged in poverty, live in a semi-feudal state. The new proletariat in the South is being developed under conditions of hardship and poverty. It is one of the basic tasks of our party to organize this increasingly important section of the working class and to lead it in the big struggles it is bound soon to carry on against the employers and the state. Trade unionism is weaker in the South than in any other section of the country. The great armies of workers in the coal, textile, steel, lumber, and agricultural industries are completely unorganized. Only the skilled upper layers of railroad workers have unions. Even the building and printing trades workers have hardly more than a skeleton organization. Unions will be built in the southern industries and the workers' standards raised only by a militant fight against the existing terrorism, industrial and political. It is idle to expect the ultra-reactionary southern trade union bureaucracy to lead such a fight, or that the old unions can be used as our chief organizational basis, although we must also work in these unions. To organize the unorganized masses and lead them in struggle is the task of the left wing, led by our party, and the TUEL and its organizational program must be founded upon the establishment of new industrial unions in the basic industries. The party and the TUEL must at once orientate themselves in this direction. The role of the left wing as the organizer and leader of the working class of the South is further emphasized by the increasing importance of the Negro workers in Southern industry, which stresses our need to organize them. Our party is the only force that can organize and lead the Negro masses in real struggle. The Republican and Democratic parties are manifestly the enemies of the Negroes. The trade union bureaucracy, accepting the whole Jim Crow system of the exploiters, persecutes and oppresses the Negroes by barring them from the unions, discriminating against them in industry, and supporting their political disfranchisement and social ostracism. In Atlanta, for example, a typical situation exists. Negroes are not even allowed to come into the labor temple. And how little the Negroes can look to the Socialist Party for leadership is exemplified by the fact that Norman Thomas in his election tour through the South, never even mentioned the Negro question. This is in line with the General SP program regarding the Negroes. Only our party speaks and fights for the Negroes, and the situation in the South develops increasingly favorably for it to establish a mass following among the Negroes. The fight against Jim Crowism. The situation in the South, in addition to offering constantly more favorable opportunities for our party to come forward as the leader of the working class, also progressively facilitates its activities as the organizer and defender of the Negro race. The bitter injustice of the Jim Crow caste system is forced upon one at every turn in the South. This outrageous thing, ranging from studied insults to the Negro race, rank discrimination in industry, political disfranchisement and social ostracism, to lynching and other forms of open terrorism, confronts one on all sides: special railroad cars for Negroes, colored restaurants, waiting rooms, libraries, schools, living districts, elevators in office buildings, etc. The hypocritical Christians do not even allow Negroes to attend the same churches with them. In one Southern park a sign says, "Dogs and Negroes not admitted." In Atlanta, regarding Grant Park, a beautiful park given to the city years ago with the provision that Negroes should be entitled to patronize it as well as whites, an agitation is now on foot to close the park altogether, seeing that it is impossible, under the terms of the gift, to legally exclude Negroes. Every effort is made throughout the South to set aside the Negroes as a super-exploited class of untouchables. Negro life, liberty, and property have no safeguards. The killing of a Negro by a white man is a minor affair. The whole Jim Crow system is enforced at the point of the gun. Negro criminals receive sentences twice as long as whites for the same crimes. Civil suits are decided as a matter of principle in favor of whites. And all this flagrant terror and injustice is perpetuated under the false, chauvinistic slogan of white supremacy. It is the historic task of our party to lead the fight against this organized persecution of the Negroes. This is a revolutionary struggle. It must be carried on under the slogans of full social, political and industrial equality for Negroes, and the right of self-determination for the Negroes. This is necessary not only for the liberation struggle of the Negroes, but for the general revolutionary struggle of the whole working class. The fight around the race issues will be a hard and bitter one, especially in the South. The reactionary advocates of white supremacy will meet the assault of our party on their caste system with armed force as well as legal terrorism. They will seek to crush our organization with violence. Of this we may be sure when our party gets its work well underway, but our party will be equal to the situation. Overground or underground in the South, it will successfully carry on its activities. Hoover and Smith in the South. Two basic factors now tend to facilitate our work of organizing and leading the Negroes in the South. One is the large role played by Negroes in the developing industries, which gives us a proletarian base for our Negro work in general. The other is the invasion of the Solid South by the Republican Party, which is forcing this organization to expose its hypocritical pretenses of being the party of the Negroes. Let me speak of the latter factor. Throughout the South one confronts widespread indications of Republican activities and sentiment. The Republican Party is making a most energetic attempt to split the Solid South. Hoover buttons and automobile plates are in evidence on all sides. The Republicans will poll a large vote throughout the South, especially in Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, Virginia, and the Carolinas, if they do not actually carry some or all of these states. The industrialization of the South inevitably thrusts to the fore the chief party of Big Capital, the Republican Party. This party is driving to establish itself in the South by mobilizing behind it the Protestant, dry, American vote. Its main instrument is the Ku Klux Klan, which, if organizationally weak, has a powerful ideological following. The Klan goes forward with a tremendous whispering campaign against Smith to unite all the Protestant bigotry in the South against him. This is being engineered by the Republican leaders despite their public, hypocritical deprecation of such methods. The trade union leaders, mostly Klansmen, are overwhelmingly with Hoover. Already deep inroads have been made into the Democratic organization. Splits, engineered by the Republicans, have taken place in many southern states. In Virginia, Hoover Democrats have launched the Independent Democratic Party. In Mississippi, Democratic bolters have formed the anti-Smith Democratic Party. Similar developments are taking place all through the South. Heflin is one of the leading spokesmen of this anti-Smith movement which is entrenching the Republican Party in the South. On a train going through North Carolina, a party of Democratic leaders, headed by Josephus Daniels, on their way to welcome Smith, occupied the same car with me and were excitedly planning how to stop all these untoward developments by missionary work in the districts. To check the advance of the Republican Party, the Democrats violently denounced that organization as the party of the Negroes and raised the slogan of "Vote for the Democratic Party and White Supremacy." The Secretary of the Democratic Party of Alabama recently declared that if the Republicans break the Solid South, federal troops will be used at the next election to enforce the Negroes' right to vote. Meanwhile, every device of terror and duplicity is used to disfranchise the Negroes. Governor Long of Louisiana recently struck the Democratic keynote in this respect when he said, "Any registrar who puts Negroes on his rolls without their coming up to the strictest requirements, which are impossible WZF, will be removed from office and I am the man who will put them out." Violent propaganda is made on all sides that the race question is not one that can be settled by ballots but by bullets and cold steel. But all this vigorous race prejudice propaganda fails to stop the Republican Party's progress. This is largely because that party is aggressively demonstrating that it also stands for white supremacy. It is giving widespread assurance, by discarding its Southern Negro leaders and in various other ways, that its advent to power will not disturb the Jim Crow system. It is convincing the dominant class that a vote for the Republican Party is also a vote for white supremacy and suppression of the Negro race. Thus it is compelled to throw aside its hypocritical mask as the party of the Negroes, which it has worn so unctuously for 70 years, and to come out openly like the Democratic Party as a Jim Crow party. The Workers' Communist Party must be quick to turn to its advantage this unmasking of the Republican Party. Ever since the Civil War, the overwhelming mass of Negroes have naively supported the Republican Party as their party. But large numbers of them will be disillusioned by that party's exposure as an open supporter of Jim Crowism. We must seek to educate the Negroes generally to the true role of the Republican Party, especially in the light of the present situation, and to unite them in and around the Workers' Communist Party as the only party that represents the interests of and fights for the Negro race. Need of a party program for the South. The Workers' Communist Party must give active and immediate attention to the development of a special program of work in the South. The party must establish a southern district, it must get organizers in the field, it must carry through an aggressive campaign to recruit the party membership and to establish in all the southern centers branches of our party, the YWCL, and the auxiliary organizations. The weakness of the party's activities generally in Negro work must be drastically overcome. Together with this organizational program must be developed a political program for work in the South. We must have concrete demands for the Negroes, and for the workers as a whole based on the actual situation. We must outline definite campaigns to organize unions in the various industries. The decisive factor in all our work in the South is our policy on the Negro question. We must realize from the outset that it is the basic task of our party to lead a militant struggle for and with the Negroes. All our activities there, all our successes and failures will turn around this central fact. In the South we must be vigilantly on our guard to combat all tendencies in our party to soft-pedal the Negro question, and to compromise with Jim Crowism. This has not been done sufficiently. We must fight resolutely against white chauvinism, because it is exactly in the South, where the fire of race prejudice is the hottest and the revolutionary initiative of the Negro most repressed, that the danger of chauvinism is the greatest in our party and in the ranks of the workers generally. We must liquidate all such tendencies as the ignoring of the Negro question in our public speeches, failure to draw Negroes into open propaganda meetings or proposals to form separate white and Negro branches, etc. Those workers who are not willing to join a common branch with the Negroes and participate with them in party activities are not yet ready for membership in the Workers' Communist Party. Especially must our party combat and liquidate the idea of building our party in the South primarily of whites on the theory that if you get the white workers, you've got the Negroes. This erroneous theory is simply a crystallization of white chauvinism under a mask of left phrases. It denies the revolutionary role of the Negro. It leads to the acceptance of Jim Crowism and implies the abandonment of all struggle for and with the Negroes. It is the working theory of the socialists and the AF of L fakers. It has nothing in common with the communist program. Our party must reject and eradicate it completely. The central task of our party in the South is to unite the Negroes directly and to lead them in the struggle. Only in this way can our party fulfill its historic task. The coming party convention must give special attention to the general question of our work in the South.